Welcome, everybody. This is Ann. I'm facilitating the call with our host, Richard Billie, and his guest, Colonel Billie Wendell. I don't have the name in front of me. I'm so sorry. We're going to be discussing experiences of Colonel Wendell. Richard, tell me. Oh, Richard, you know what? You're muted too. I'm going to give the guest speaker number to Richard right now. We've never done this before. Okay, and what you do is, Richard, you go out, you dial in, and once you're on the call, you hit 88, and then you hit the star, and then you hit 38781. 88 and the star, and then 38781, and that'll allow you to come back on the call, and we can hear you and Billie. So let me know when you're on the call. We'll be able to hear you. Okay. Yeah, Richard just left, so he'll be back in just a minute. The calls we've done have been smaller, and we've had the privilege of leaving it open. Lou, you're muted. I'm going to see if you can 4-star yourself and unmute yourself, because I have everybody. Let me see if I can unmute you. Just a sec here. Can't get you unmuted. Lou? Nope. Thought I had it. We'll wait for Richard and Billie.
Okay, Ann, I'm unmuted. This is important.
And how did you unmute yourself? Did you do it or did I?
Well, I think you did, because I continued to press 4-star, and it was only telling me I was muted. The important thing I want to convey to you is please check that you are recording, because you said, I am going to set up the recording, and yet I didn't hear the familiar, this is being recorded. I did not hear that confirmation.
Well, it says it's on.
Check it.
Thank you, Lou.
All right.
It says it's on. Yeah, it says the record is on. And mute is on.
I'm gone.
Okay, honey. Thank you. You want to 4-star yourself now? All right. Richard, we're waiting for you to come back on the speaker line. Oh, there. You're here, Richard. But you're muted. Okay, just a minute.
Can you hear me, Ann?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
I couldn't get on that 88 number.
Oh, really?
Was I supposed to dial the 7 digits and then 88?
Well, right now, everybody's muted, and you've got the floor. So I think unless someone new comes in, I think you're in good shape. So let's just begin.
Okay. Well, I've got to patch Billie in. It's Billie.
Okay.
Billie Faye Woodard.
Woodard. Yeah.
Okay. So just a second.
Okay, we're just standing by right now. Everybody's been muted, and Richard is back on the line, and he's on his way to bring Billie in on his line as a 3-way. And at this point, we have 81 people on the call. All right. Just wait for Richard to come back in. Okay, Richard, is that you?
I'm waiting on Billie to come in. Are you?
Hello.
Okay, we're all here.
Oh, good. Hi, Billie.
Hello.
We have everyone muted, so we're going to let Richard introduce you. And if people, as we progress, have a question, they're going to be able to hit 5-star. It'll catch my attention, and I'll be able to unmute them for a brief question or comment. But we don't want to take too much attention off of the direction that you're going. So only if it's very appropriate to the call, hit 5-star. And otherwise, everyone's muted. We have a nice, clear call. And Richard, I'm going to let you introduce Billie, Colonel Billie Faye Woodard. So go ahead, Richard.
Okay. Well, I had heard about Colonel Woodard. He's retired. And this was about, only 3 weeks ago. And I had seen an interview on the internet. And after doing a lot of checking, I finally figured out how to reach him, or one of the fellows that knew him and had interviewed him gave me his contact information. So anyway, I want to let people know that it's been very, very recent that this has all happened. And Colonel Woodard is one of the only people I know who has been to not only the inner Earth, either 3 times or 6 times, he'll have to tell you later on, but also he has worked at Area 51, and I think his reputation, considering he's been a colonel in the Air Force, speaks for itself, because he's got a high ranking and so forth, and he's willing to come forth and talk what he knows about his experiences. So anyway, let me, without dribbling on and on here, this is Colonel Billie Faye Woodard, and I want you to go ahead, Billie, and give kind of a bio, if you would.
Okay. Well, to begin with, I was.
And be sure to speak really close to the phone, because it's some of the people.
I have my mouth. I'm just about eating the phone.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's one of those old style princess phones. So anyway, it was because my other cordless phone likes to die. We wouldn't want that to happen. So I plugged in this old princess phone. But anyway, to begin with, me and my sister were brought to the surface of this world in September of 1951. We were deposited in a city park in a state called Texas, Wichita Falls. We were turned over to the Child Protective Services upon our discovery, and then put in an orphanage, and stayed there until we were adopted, which was the initial plan in the first place, to be raised by a surface world family, which we were. Wasn't the best family in the world, but that's another story I won't go into. But anyway, basically while I was there, me and my sister for a long period of time didn't talk to anyone, because for a couple of reasons. One, we didn't trust anyone, and 2, we didn't speak their language. We learned how to speak the English language by watching TV on a little round tube, black and white, and listening to the radio. at a later time we felt it necessary that we would need to learn their language in order to communicate with them, because we were there and that was the situation. We were adopted by an Air Force family, the Woodards, and we had a very unhappy childhood, just so to speak. Won't go into it because it's not anything that anyone should know about or hear. It was just a period of time. Going on into the military, I was sent to the Pentagon. Well, out of basic training, I was a first lieutenant, and I was stationed with my adopted father at the Pentagon. From there, I was sent to Area 51. Upon my arrival at Area 51, I was indoctrinated into the facility, which incidentally, a lot of people don't know about this, but the facility in itself originally was 16 levels deep, and now it's 27 levels. It does house over 350,000 people, and both civilian and military. And it's everything you've heard about Area 51 is true. Everything that I'm about to tell you is true about Area 51. You may have recalled back in the olden times, earlier years, there was a lot of milk carton kids, pictures of kids on milk cartons. Those children were taken to Area 51 and put under genetic engineering. For a purpose of experimentation, and also a planned invasion type scenario, in order to be able to enact the martial law worldwide. But that hasn't happened, and most likely won't be happening. Continuing on, after I was there for a period of time, I was put into an office, and several documents came across my desk. And one of the documents that came across my desk was the actual diary of Admiral Byrd. And I read it in its entirety. And so after reading it, and what actually took place in February of 1947 with Admiral Byrd, there's a diary floating around called The Secret Diary of Admiral Byrd. A lot of controversy about that diary. That diary was misquoted in several places. Speaking of, because in February of 1947 it was pitch black in the Arctic. The Arctic nights. So whenever he said that in the diary, it talked about not being able to see the sun. The sun was actually the moon, full moon. The coloration of the snow and the ice and snow was due to the illumination of the full moon, not the sun. So that's one portion in there that was misquoted and misinformation. They tried to make the diary to make it look like it was a science fiction rather than actual account. And but it was an actual account, but it was just worded differently. But the original diary is complete, and I had read it and came to realize that they were speaking about my home world. After I got the latitude and longitude of the actual opening. I jotted down that information to memory and kept it on my person upon my discharge from the military. But anyway, while I was there, I was called by name by a shuttle crew to be, and of course my superiors called me down to the 27th level, which I went down to, and they said, you've been summoned by name, they know your name, to go with them to what they term as the Hollow Earth. And we want you to go. We want you to document everything you see and hear, and report when you give up on your return. Report all what you have seen and heard, which is the way the military is. And I did. So I went with them. Upon entering the shuttle, underground shuttle, I came face to face with some very tall beings, between 12 to 13 feet in height, and which was very tall. They had me sit down in the shuttle, and we were off. It's not like we had a sense of motion, but we were traveling at a very rapid rate. Upon the departure of the craft, I was in the Hollow Earth. Looked up, the sun never moved. It was stationary. And I met with the council there, and was able to walk around and see things. Came face to face with my real father, Zora. He's a very interesting fellow. He was kind of, even though he was my real father, it was like a reunion for me, which I really desire to go back again, but of course that will happen in time. Continuing on, I took 5 additional journeys to the Hollow Earth. I also took a journey to some inner Earth cities, Agartha and Talos beneath Mount Shasta. After my departure from the military, because I got out of the military for a couple of reasons. One was that I saw the experimentation going on, and to me that was just totally wrong. And also the cures of the different diseases upon the earth that are not being released, that are in existence right now, such as the cure for cancer, cure for AIDS, cure for all known diseases. I myself do not have a blood type. To get a blood type, you have to put it on a spinner for about 5 minutes. Separates the plasma from the blood. That's how you determine what your blood type is. And mine won't separate, so they don't know what my blood type is. A unique quality of my blood is that it cures all forms of disease, cures sickness of all types. Disease cannot exist in my body. So I've become a very, select, elite person. That's why the military don't bother me. They did take away my pension because I couldn't keep my mouth shut, talking about what's going on not only in Area 51, but also events that are happening on the Earth. And the earthquakes that have been happening in Japan are just a prelude to what is to come if they don't change their ways and attitudes. I guess that's
Yeah. Also, do you mind talking about what happened to you when the men in black came to you?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was at Mount Shasta, enjoying the beauty of Mount Shasta, and I heard a knock on my door, and I opened the door, and there's three men in black. Well, actually, a woman and two men. And they come in. Asked me if they could come in my home, and I invited them in. I knew who they were right off the bat. And they said, we're here to try and convince you not to talk about what you've been talking about. And if you don't, we are prepared to eliminate you. They came right out and said it. They didn't pull any punches. And I just looked at them and I said, well, in actuality, I'm not really worried about you because because I'm protected. And they said, how is that? I said, step outside, gentlemen and lady. They stepped outside. I told them to look up. They looked up, and a aeroship of immense size blinked into their view.
By the way, aeroship.
Flying saucer, if you
yes.
want to call it that. Aeroship is the term that I'm used to using, but they blinked into existence and basically let them know that they had no power whatsoever. And I said, have a nice day. And they left. So they, were convinced that wasn't anything they could do, and if they were to try it, they would have been stopped, and they realized that, and so they left. The people of Telos, they live in a very harmonious state of existence, as do the Hollow Earth people as well. There's been several people that have come from the surface to the Hollow Earth. There's only very few, I can count them on one hand, people from the Hollow Earth that are on the surface of the Earth. My sister had been taken back to the Hollow Earth upon her put into danger by the military. That was an interesting situation. She sent a telepathic message to me and also to the Hollow Earth people that she was in danger. And she was, at the time, in a military facility, and they brought her to the surface on her rare occasions to feel the sun again. And upon that one instance, she was standing out in the courtyard, and a vessel blinked into existence directly above her. She was no longer on Earth. She was put in the ship, taken home to take her out of danger. And there was nothing that the military could do about it because it happened in such a brief amount of time that they had no time to react. So she was taken home to safety. I myself, I said, I have mentioned several times to them, why don't you take me? Why don't you take me now? Because I want to come home. And they keep telling me, your mission is not complete. So I have to deal with that. But, and of course, I realize what my mission is to let people know everything that I know. And, of course, let them decide for themselves what they want to believe. That's up to them. My purpose is to let you know what's happening, what's going to happen, and what the reaction of your military will be, which is going to be one of total dumbfoundedness because they'll realize that they're not in control of their skies, just as other countries will come to realize that they're not in control of their skies as well. You've probably noticed that there's several programs on TV that are using the fear tactic to indoctrinate people into believing that all extraterrestrials are out to do us harm, and that's not true. However, Hollywood is doing its thing to create that illusion. Things like V and all these other science fiction movies out talking about the battle for Los Angeles and stuff like this, and they're all trying to indoctrinate people into fear, not to approach any vessel that happens to appear, and saying, oh, the lizards are going to eat you up, or something of that nature. And this is all indoctrination, trying to educate the public into believing that we should not have anything to do with any saucers at land or extraterrestrials that come in contact with. And that couldn't be further from the truth. But, of course, that's your military, that's your government, and your respected governments throughout the world. They have the same philosophy. But anyway, I think I should end at that point.
Talk about what's getting ready to happen, what the anticipation is too, with the Garthans coming to the Earth, to the surface Earth.
Oh, well, between now and 2012, there will be an emergence of the Hollow Earth people, or the Garthians, as well as the Hollow Earth people. They'll be bringing with them their technology. In an instant, they will completely clean up the atmosphere and turn the Earth back to a pristine state. The process has already begun. It started back in January of 2006. Many of you had at that time had probably experienced headaches, nausea, disorientation, things of that nature, dizziness, and then it subsided shortly thereafter. What that was the beginning of the ascension of Earth into the fourth dimension, on its way to the fifth. The Earth is now in the fourth dimension, which will soon be going into the fifth by 2012. And upon that, when that happens, all your eyes will be opened. All your enlightenment will come to pass. It's starting now. Many of you are probably more enlightened than you've ever been before. And also the babies that are being born today, all of them have the enlightenment built into them, into their DNA. So that's why a lot of children that are being raised now, you find that they're extremely intelligent. And your governments are trying to thwart that by inoculations. So if at all possible, whenever you have a child, do not allow the hospitals to inoculate them. All that does is create a hindrance to their creative ability and also to their maximum potential. I myself was never inoculated, so I graduated high school at age 12 because of my intelligence. The other children who are out there being born, newborns, they have all their immune system intact. They can ward off any sickness or illness that comes upon them. Their immune systems are fortified for that purpose. And inoculation, all that does is put a hindrance to that. And the government knows that. It dulls the mind's capacity to create. And they're doing this on purpose. That's why they're trying to make it mandatory that everybody be inoculated for the N1, whatever they call it.
H1N1 and
H1N1 virus or whatever it is. They wanted everyone to be inoculated. They put a fear out there that they must be inoculated or they're going to catch the virus, and they won't. Your immune systems are a much higher degree since the starting of the ascension of planet Earth back in January of 2006. Your immune systems have been fortified at that point, so you don't have to worry about H1N1 virus or any other sicknesses that come upon you.
And Billie, if you would you mind talking?
The Challenger situation?
Well, no, I was thinking about the time when you were age 12. Can you talk about when you were taken down at that point?
Sure. Back when I was at age 12, I was coming home from a scout meeting with my neighbor, friend of mine, and we were coming home, and there's a road that goes around about 2 miles to my home, but then there's a shortcut going through a cornfield and it knocks off a mile. So I said, I'm going to go through the cornfield, and my friend says, nope, I'm not going through the cornfield. Nope. He said, at that time of the year, fall, the stalks are, kind of scary looking at night, and of course with the moon out and all, it causes the stalks to look like they're going to reach down and grab you. So he wasn't going to do that. He said, no, I'm going to go the other way. You go ahead and do what you want. And I just took a shortcut through the cornfield because I'd get home quicker. As I was walking down through the cornfield, I looked up and I noticed a bright light, which was I thought it was a star at the moment, but it got brighter. And the further I got into the center of the cornfield, the brighter it got. Next thing I knew, the entire area I was standing in had been lit up like daylight, and I looked up and saw this light, quite bright. A voice came from it and said, "We are here to take you on a journey if you are ready to go." Yes, they always understand the extraterrestrials or the Hollow Earth people. Whenever they come to pick someone up, they always ask permission. They don't just zap you up. They always ask your permission to go. So the ones that don't ask your permission to go are not the ones that are out for your good. But they're very courteous people, harmonious people, and they will always ask your permission to take you. And you can either reject or go with them. In my case, I said, let's go. And we went. I was immediately saw the ground leaving, and I was being lifted by a gravitational force. Pulled me into the ship. Upon my arrival into the ship, they said, "What do you see?" I said, "I see nothing but white, bright light." So they toned it down, and as they did, I was able to see their form. They were quite tall. For a kid, that's anything that's over 7-8 feet is pretty tall. But these people were even taller than that. The women were somewhere between 10 to 12, and the men were between 13 to 14 feet in height, stature. And they said, "We're going to go on a journey, and we want you. We know you're very good in geography. Look through the viewer and tell us where we are." So as we crossed over the different capital cities, I recognized the flags and I named them off. We got up to Canada, and of course, I just said, "Well, that's a Canadian flag." And they said, "What do you see now?" I see nothing but ice and snow. And they said, "Well, okay." So then they turned on their forward viewer, and I saw a bright circle of light, which would be termed as the aurora borealis, and it was a complete circle of light, so like a halo. And we passed through under that and into an opening. As I returned into the opening, I saw a corona of a sun, and not as bright as the one out here, but still a sun. And we entered into the hollow earth upon landing. I said, how long are we going to be here? You're going to be here for 6 Earth months. And of course, my reaction was, uh-oh, I'm going to be grounded for life. And so, my thinking that my adopted parents were going to, put me away after I returned. But while I was there, I met with my real family again, and met with other people that were from the surface that were now living in the hollow earth. I met a flyer, female, Amelia Earhart. Amelia Earhart, her disappearance, what happened there was she explained that she had been with her navigator and they were about ready to ditch the aircraft because they were having trouble with their fuel. And suddenly her ship was enveloped in a blue light, and the craft was taken into another craft. Her aircraft, twin-engine aircraft, was taken into the belly of a aeroship or saucer, if you want to call it that, and taken to the hollow earth, where she now resides. Now she is much taller than what she would have been on the surface because the gravity in the interior is only basically
a third,
maybe between a third and a little bit, maybe a little less of what it is on the outside. So whatever weight you weigh now, only figure a third of that, and that's what you'd weigh in the interior, which means you'd be able to jump higher, run faster, whatever, and not feel the effects of gravity that we feel out here. It takes more gravity to keep something on the outside of a sphere than it does on the inside. Your center of gravity is 400 miles into the Earth's crust, not in the center of the Earth, as your science books teach you. That's something that needs to be changed, of course. It probably will be upon the discovery of when science is brought to the realization that the Earth is hollow, which will be happening soon enough. Now, we have in the oceans, in your oceans, you have aquatic people. You also have your dolphins, you have your cetaceans. The hollow earth people are very upset about what's happening with their cetacean brothers and sisters. And they're letting in a very firm way, letting the surface people know that they don't like what's going on. The killing of the whales and the dolphins of this nature. This is going to come to a stop, or else it will come to a stop. If there's anyone that are listening that are from Japan or the Philippines, you might go to your government and let them know what you've heard, that there will be brought to a halt what's happening. There's the killing of dolphins, senseless killing of dolphins and whales. It's not going to be tolerated for much longer. And Mother Earth is going to show you that you're not in charge. She is. You are just visitors on this planet. You're basically, guests of the Earth is what you are. And the Earth is pretty soon is going to say, okay, it's time for you to, go bye-bye. And that's basically what she'll do. She'll, make something happen that will. Anyway.
What was the name of the link too that you said people could go to if they had? You remember the?
Oh, the Cove.
Oh yeah, movie or something like that.
You go to the Cove and cove.com. It'll take you to that site where the Japanese on an island called Taiji are killing thousands of dolphins on a yearly basis from September to March. That's their killing, slaughtering of the dolphins. And what they do is they herd them into a cove off the somewhere off the coast of Taiji, and they sell some of them off to aquariums, sea worlds, and stuff like that. But the ones that they don't sell, they slaughter.
And most of them they do, right?
Most of them are slaughtered. Yes,
yeah.
Thousands and thousands of them. And they're trying to recruit other countries to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the earthquakes that took place that happened in Japan, and the tsunamis was kind of like a wake-up call for them.
Mm-hmm.
Mother Earth is trying to tell them, you need to stop killing my brothers and sisters of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And the last telepathic message I received was that there was going to be another quake off the coast of Taiji, and a tsunami ranging from 100 to 500 feet high is going to wipe out that area if they don't stop what they're doing. They've been given warnings and more warnings and more warnings, and they're not heeding the warnings. So they're going to put a stop to it one way or another. Also, the Earth is going to go through a metamorphosis as well. As the Argarthians come to the surface, and several people from the surface will be teleported into the Hollow Earth for a training session, so to speak. And while you're there, the Earth will be reborn, literally. The cities that you now know will be gone. The Earth will be returned to her pristine state that she once was before the Industrial Revolution began, long before that. The Earth at that time was pure. The air was clear before industrialization came upon Earth. Well, the Earth's going to be returned to that. All the man-made cities that are on the surface now will be obliterated. Of course, there won't be anyone in them, so there won't be anyone harmed. But the ones that are not ready for the Ascension will be removed to another plane of existence, or another world, if you will, to go live out their lives as they see fit. But the ones that are ready for the Ascension and for the change will be taken to the Hollow Earth and trained, or educated, if you will. I like the word educated more than trained.
Right.
Yeah, educated. And upon the completion of your education, will be returned to the surface if you choose to come back to the surface. But the others will remain in the Hollow Earth. The Hollow Earth can house everyone on Earth. And plus have everyone that's been there. I have several people ask me, well, what about overpopulation in the Hollow Earth? There's never overpopulation in the Hollow Earth. People that choose to go elsewhere, they just go elsewhere. There's no death in the Hollow Earth. They ascend, or they go somewhere else. But there is no death. Lifespans in the interior, can't say lifespan because there's no death. But but if you want to call it lifespans, thousands and thousands of years. So there was a population, highly advanced population at the time of Noah. in the hollow earth. On the surface of the earth, there were highly advanced cities, even before the deluge, the covering of the earth of water. There were cities and things of this nature on the surface of the earth at that time that were advanced, more advanced than we are now, than you are now. They're slowly being unearthed throughout the world. Some of the cities are underwater, but there's. Well, let's see. Let me go to the incident with the Challenger.
Yeah, I was going to suggest. Yeah. And then
the Space Shuttle Challenger. The day it was going up, they were not told what their payload was. They just were being sent up. And their payload were nuclear warheads for the space platform. And as the shuttle turned over on its roll to go through the atmosphere, there was a beam of light that shot from the ocean, which was actually a teleportation beam, struck the pilot's cabin and removed the 7 astronauts from the ship, right out of their spacesuits, right out of the suits and the seats they were sitting in. They were taken from the craft. 60 seconds later, it exploded. Nuclear war will not be allowed in space, or nuclear warheads will not be allowed in space. The people of the hollow earth have the potential, have the ability to split the ocean floor, to allow one of their ships to emerge or to come in. So what makes you think that they don't have the ability to stop any nuclear exchange? They can make your missiles inert in a twinkling of an eye. They can stop any weapons of war. So if you people out there that are worried about nuclear annihilation, forget it. It's not going to happen. They won't allow it. They tried to tell the military back after Nagasaki and Hiroshima that at that point, stop messing with nuclear power. It's not what is going to be beneficial to you. It's very harmful. You don't want to mess with it. But they didn't. They're not listening. So the hollow earth people are going to put a stop to it themselves. There's been several instances in several countries like Russia and China. They've tried to send up nuclear warheads into outer space. They failed. They did not. Were not the ship. The missiles weren't. They couldn't leave the atmosphere. They were destroyed. So you can rest assured that the hollow earth people are not going to allow any nuclear exchange of any kind. And because, for one, it would cause problems with them as well. You have 2 extremely large openings at the top and bottom of your Earth. And those openings, winds go in and out of. And naturally, if there's a nuclear war, where is some of that radiation going to end up? No way. They're not going to allow it. So your civilization won't be destroyed by nuclear exchange. So just put that out of your mind.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wondered about that.
Yes, I mean, because like I said, it would not only cause problems for them, but it's also going to, harm the Earth, and the Earth was not going to stand for it. So, like I said, everything that we've got that's of a war nature won't be allowed. The ships that have come out to the surface from the hollow earth that the government has will not allow weaponry to be installed in them. They have tried to put weapons into some of the aeroships that they have gotten, and the ships refuse to accept them. So that also lets you know that the hollow earth people are a very harmonious race of people. They don't wage war or anything like that. They live in a harmonious state of mind and creation. And that's what you should be doing on the surface as well. But there's what's called the powers that be, if you want to call it that. I call them fools because they're not really going to accomplish that much. But they've tried their little games, and their games are going to continue going on for a certain amount of time. But very shortly, in the very near future, their little games will be exposed. The guardians of the earth are going to open the eyes of the people of the earth to realize exactly what's going on, who's causing the problem, and the people themselves are going to eliminate the problem. Mm-hmm. And then accept their enlightenment. A new government will come forth, one of harmony and peace throughout the world. We and the people of the hollow earth and the people on the surface are brothers and sisters, and we love you, and we have no reason or want to harm you in any way. We want you to live a victorious, harmonious, enlightened existence, and that's going to be coming to pass soon enough, probably sooner than you realize. There's areas of emergence throughout the world. In Japan, Mount Fuji. In let's see,
Carlsbad,
the Alps over in Europe.
Superstitious mountains.
Superstitious mountains, Mount Shasta. There's a portal off the coast of Hawaii. There's another one in the Sea of Japan. There's one in the Aegean Sea, the Indian Ocean. Several openings that go into the hollow earth in the ocean, your prospective oceans. And there are a lot of mountainous areas that have portals that open, that will be opened. Now, another thing, wherever you're located, you can actually request an emergent zone in where you are, and it will be granted. Because when the people come out, they're going to need people to take them in, into their homes and things of this nature. Because they're going to be, they are able to regulate their stature as needed. So the ones that are 13 to 14 feet in height can lower their height to accommodate, to not look out of place. However, there will be some that are coming out that won't be diminishing their size, and for obvious reasons.
Right.
To let the surface dwellers know that there's a race of people that live in the interior that are quite large.
Yeah.
And quite.
Billie, I want to cut you off, but I was thinking maybe we ought to check in with Ann, see if maybe we should have
a question and answer period for this moment.
Well, or have Zora come in as well.
Oh well, he believe me, he'll definitely announce his presence.
Okay, so we don't need to be sure about that. Okay, yeah, Ann?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so would this be a good point to have question and answers then?
Yes, I think so. I have a question I think might be on everyone's mind, and that is about the HAARP, the HARP situation here that seems to have a very heavy effect on the Earth, and as people choose. What can you tell us about HARP?
HARP? Well, HARP is was originally for controlling weather, but of course they've figured out other uses of it.
Yeah.
But the main purpose for HARP was to control weather in areas such as deserts and things of this nature for the betterment of mankind. However, the military got involved in it, and they're trying to use it as a weapon. But there again, it's going to run its course, but it's not going to be allowed to do any major destruction, because the people of the Hollow Earth are not going to allow this. They said that the HARP can create an earthquake. Well, I have my doubts about that, but of course, I guess it is possible to create an earthquake. I know you can with a nuclear blast in the ocean, but cause tsunamis.
Yeah.
But I'm not. When I was in the military, I heard about HARP, and I didn't really pursue its, the research on it. But I do know that the main purpose for HARP was to control the weather initially, but it was also initially created by scientists to help in countries of like South Africa and things of this nature, for to bring rain to areas that don't have it, and that was the main purpose of it originally. But of course, the military got involved in it, and then they started doing different applications. So HARP is causing problems, and will continue to cause problems up to a point. But when it gets past that point, that's when it'll be stopped. Because there's just like the Kaleido thing in Europe. The one thing they want to activate.
CERN. The CERN collider?
Yeah. They want to activate that, which is going to cause some difficulty if they do. However, only, like I said, up to a point. Everything is going to be allowed up to a point, but when that point is reached, that's when it stopped.
I think I remember you saying on the first call that we determine how much power we give them by our own negativity. And so, in other words, as we can turn ourselves into vortexes of higher energy and add that to the Earth's energy, it will limit the available negativity that they can do.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
Yeah. Yes. See, you're the creator of your own existence.
Yeah.
You're the creator of your own reality.
Yeah.
The mind is the creator. It always is. It always has been. And everybody, if all the people that we have on this call, if we were to concentrate all our energy into sending love vibrations to our prospective governments and to the world would be able to stop what's going on. But there again, everyone has to be in agreement, total and complete harmony. That's the existence that's in the Hollow Earth. That's the existence in the subterranean worlds, the Garthian network of cities. All those are in complete and total harmony. There is no what to call in one accord, so to speak. One unified world. I'm not saying one world government because that's such a bad word anyway.
Yeah.
But a unified world. A unified world is a world of complete harmony, and it's not dictatorship or anything like that. It's complete unity of everyone involved. In the Hollow Earth, there is no such thing as private property. There is none richer nor poorer. They're all the same. And it's basically like a utopian society. And that's why everyone that goes into the Hollow Earth, whether it's by means of a tunnel or by flying into the Hollow Earth or sailing into it, whichever way they do it, when they get halfway around the opening at the North Pole or the South Pole, their total and complete understanding of reality changes. It changes, literally changes.
That's beautiful.
The sea creatures that are on the surface that are predators, such as sharks and killer whales and things of this nature, when they go into the interior, their mannerisms and their attitudes totally transform to harmony. Because everything in the Hollow Earth is of harmony, completely. The plants speak with the man or humanoids. The insects speak with the humanoids through telepathy. Everything has the communication is universal and totally of a harmonious and non-violent nature. In fact, the thoughts of violence don't even enter into the minds of the people in the Hollow Earth.
Billie, what is we've had several people wanting to ask this question.
Yes.
What is the source of the power or the energy of the central sun?
What is the source of the energy?
Well, what is it, I guess?
What powers the sun?
Cold fusion.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people are under the impression that the sun out here is of a nuclear origin. It is not. The sun is not hot. Now, you probably got a lot of laughs out of that one. But the sun is not hot. The sun is light. In essence, just pure intensity of light. And the heat that we feel is the centrifugal force rotation of the Earth, the layers of the atmosphere that filter the sun's light into the Earth, and you combine those together, and that's where you receive the heat. Greater and more in some places and lesser in others. But still, the sun, there's the one gentleman, Robert Dean,
right,
was trying to talk about the kill shot of a gigantic solar flare that was going to hit the Earth and incinerate a whole bunch of people. That's not going to happen. Because the sun is light, nothing more. What we see in our pictures of the sun, it looks like solar flares and a big burning ball, is what they want us to see. It's an illusion. It's basically, they're showing us that the sun is a big fiery ball because they don't want you up there.
Yeah.
But there is a civilization on the sun, as well as in the sun. And the sun gives off this illusion of being a flaming ball of gas or whatever. And it's not. It's a planet.
Wow.
It's Helios, the planet Helios. And it is a populated planet, just like all your other planets in the solar system are hollow.
Right.
Every one of them are hollow. Mars, you look at pictures of Mars and through telescopes, and you'll see a circle of light that's above the actual planet itself, both north and south. Some people, well, that's a polar cap. No, it's not. It's the Mars aurora borealis shining out through the openings. Same thing with Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. All these planets are all hollow and have intelligence living within them. And they're all.
Can you explain to us?
The others are in the fifth dimension. What?
Why we're on the surface and everybody else is inside of their planets?
Yeah, there are people living on the surface of different worlds like Venus and Uranus, Neptune, but there's also civilizations living within each planet.
Okay.
So why are we living on the outer surface? Is that what you're asking, Anne?
Yeah, I felt like everybody was tucked away safe inside of all these planets, and here we are in this very hostile surface environment. What are we doing out here?
The surface environment is what is termed as an experiment.
Mm.
The race on the surface is an experimental race.
Mm-hmm.
And the people of the interior have been there since the beginning of time.
Mm.
We do not rate time in the hollow earth. But if you want to rate it, you would, like I'm 59 trips around the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever age you are, that's the amount of trips around the sun that you are. That's the true way to rate the age.
What are they experimenting with that we are participating, obviously, in this experiment?
There's been several people said that this is the pineal planet or pineal surface.
Yeah.
That there was a crime that was committed, and the population of the surface world was the descendants of those ones that created the problem. And then, the sentence is coming to an end because all the generations of the ones that originally created the problem are gone. And basically an entire new generation is arising. So there's no one left, or not, almost no one left, that of the original problem or the crime that was committed or whatever. And that's coming to an end. And this is also happening between now and 2012.
Just to summarize the original question, what is the power of the central sun inside the hollow earth? It is light. Is that what we're saying?
Consciousness. It's a complete and total consciousness in the central sun. And not just the consciousness of everyone in the interior, but also the consciousness of everyone on the outer surface as well. It's a combined consciousness, enlightened consciousness.
So in consciousness that translates into cold fusion, or?
Yes.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting. And the sun never sets.
No. There's no night or day.
Right.
You have what you call sleep periods if you want to sleep. You don't have to sleep, but you can't. But you can create a sleep period if you so choose to do so.
Right.
People that are from the surface, they have in their dwellings where they live, they have the ability to create night if they want. Through their holographic imaging, they can create an area where they can sleep at night if they so choose. The Hollow Earth people in general, they don't sleep. There's no need for it. Relaxation, sure, but as far as night and day, it's more of a soft light in the interior, and but as far as the sun never sets. It's in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's in the center of the earth. It's the core of the earth, and it stays in its position by means of gravity, and it stays right there. It doesn't go nowhere. It doesn't set. Where would it set? Think about it. Where would it set? There's really no place for it to set.
Oh, okay. Are there seasons? Are there winds? Are there?
No, there's no seasons like you would have out here. Here you have spring, summer, fall, and winter. But in the interior, it's a constant 73 degrees, or maybe a little bit higher, a little bit lower, depending.
Uh-huh.
But it's a subtropical paradise, is what it is, and it stays that way.
And
people
don't have roofs either, right?
No, they're round. The houses are round because that way no dust settles.
Mm-hmm.
The cities are built in and around nature, such as if you walk outside and you would see wildlife everywhere. No concrete highways, none of that. Gold is a common stone. It's not doesn't hold any value. Mm-hmm. However, I mean, when I was there, I picked up stones that were the size of my fist, and they were solid gold, but they have no value.
Right.
Nothing holds any value per se, because everything is held in common. They have like a bartering system there. If you want to, if you say you want to go for a ride in an aeroship, you just go. They're there for your use. When you enter into a ship and you announce who you are, the ship automatically responds, and you become the operator of that craft for whatever time period you want to use it for. When you leave, then it's ready for the next recipient. It doesn't. Nobody owns any private device. It's all there for you.
Here's a question about that, because with all the challenges, survival challenges that we are constantly dealing with on the earth, it seems like all of those challenges are already satisfied. And we're told that we get challenges to stimulate our growth. What would you say about that?
What would I say about that?
I mean, why are we up here dealing with survival challenges, health, financial, relationships, harmony challenges? And as we overcome these challenges, we become more aware of a better way, which we say that the negative has brought about a corresponding positive that helps us grow. So apparently there's no negatives to create that effort. Yeah.
Well, see, in the interior, the people in the interior are unlimited beings. Because, like I said, they don't have to worry about wars and things, strife, or anything like this, because they have learned to live in harmony. And this is what they want for the surface as well. However, man has a freedom of choice, and they're not going to go against that freedom of choice. In a subtle way, they are showing man how to live in harmony through teachers and things of this nature. And the more that we people on the surface learn to live in harmony, the faster they're going to grow. The more creative they're going to become. And even at Area 51, when I was there was times that we would sit in a room and contemplate and just everyone would get together in one accord and try to create a harmonious atmosphere. We were taught this by the Hollow Earth people. To do this, they sent ambassadors into the Area 51 to teach, to show people that it was a better way, and they taught them how to do that. They taught them how to quiet their mind, how to go into a meditative state and communicate without talking. That was the way of communication that was on the surface for a long period of time, way back, before Noah and all that. The speech part came later, but in the beginning, everything was of a telepathic nature, and something happened on the surface that caused them to start talking, basically. But talking is an unnecessary act for communication. Take the Aborigines in Australia. Now that's kind of comical. The Aborigines in Australia can speak with telepathy. All of them. The children, the old ones, and all this, they speak with telepathy. But yet the Australians call them savages. Who's a savage?
Yeah.
Okay. Think about it. They have the ability to communicate, mind-to-mind communication, without saying a word to anybody. But yet they're savages, and yet they can create and they live in harmony among themselves. It wasn't until the British came down there that started causing a whole bunch of problems, and missionaries and things of this nature trying to so-called education to educate the Aborigines and things of this nature. They were fine until the British came down there and tried to force education on them.
Yeah.
They were doing fine. They lived one with nature, and when nature was with them. And same with the Native American Indians. If they'd have left them alone, they'd have been fine. But no, they couldn't do that. They had to cause problems. And that's what the Hollow Earth people want to return to the surface, the harmonious way of life.
Billie, here's a question I think is on everybody's mind right now on the call. We have 90 people on this call. 2 weeks ago we had 6 or 7.
Wow. That's a lot.
Do you see the direction we seem to be going?
Yes, I do. And that's
my question is, can we become? Can we work together with you and your father and those in the Hollow Earth? Is there any work that we can start now to make the transition easier for everyone?
Well, let's see. Think about it. By becoming light workers, that would be the best thing. Light workers meaning all of our efforts, to better bring love and harmony to the earth. right now I think that we're all in one accord on this call, and we're all thinking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
We all want to, better our lives as well as better the Earth's life, the existence that we have. As I said before, our mind is the creator.
Yes.
And our minds, if we start shutting out the world, the part of the world that's not, how do I put this? If we start concentrating on harmony and living a harmonious life, that will better everyone around us. They'll see the harmony in us. They'll see the way we are being harmonious with one another, and then it'll be like a snowball rolling down a hill. It gets momentum and more momentum and more momentum. I'm getting tongue-tied here.
Mm-hmm.
The more we concentrate on harmony,
okay,
and living our lives in a harmonious way, it's going to become infectious.
Ah.
And it's going to spread. Everyone that is on the call, if they start their own little groups in their location of getting like-minded people, the more we do that, the bigger the harmony will become. Soon it'll become noticeable by our governments. And quite rapidly it'll become noticeable by our governments. And they'll realize, hey, something's going on here. We need to check into this.
That's really a good point, because I think from what we see spilling around the internet, people are in a resistant mode against the government, and they're letting the government's antagonism or resistance become part of their energy instead of the other way around, like you're just saying.
Right.
If we become harmonious, it could spill over into the government.
Absolutely. Yeah, right. I know. I imagine on this call there may be someone who is in a higher bracket, such as higher up in government. Maybe a senator might be listening. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Or someone from the State House of Representatives in Washington might be listening.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Let them listen.
Mm-hmm.
Let them experience what's happening here.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling something. Let's see. Let's see. I just got a twinge from my father. Okay, that's cool. But just hang on, Pop. I have to, stop him, just popping in right off the bat. But until I finish what I was saying. But if we become light workers and unite us as a body, a harmonious body, the more we unite from different countries, different races or whatever, the more we unite and agree with ourselves, mm-hmm. the more it's going to spread.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Feel free to give my email out to anyone who wants it. Feel free to give out my phone number to anyone who wants it.
Actually, do you want to just go ahead and do it right now?
Yeah, I can give it out if you want me to.
Let's go ahead and do that so it's on the recording and people, then they don't have to call me. Do you
realize what an avalanche, what a tsunami you're going to be creating?
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't mind. It's just like, whenever you receive, I know I'm going to receive a lot of what you term as criticism.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to receive a lot of, responses saying, what ship did you fall off of, or what planet did you fall off of? But that's
I don't
fine.
think on this call. I don't think you'll.
Not on this call, no.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that I have received, like I have mentioned, well, for some reason, my name, Billie Faye Woodard, was put on the internet, and whoever punches in Billie Woodard gets my bio and a whole bunch of stuff on me. But I have received a considerable amount of criticism, downgrading, threats. I've received all kinds of threats, but that doesn't bother me. Because I know that it's just harmless threats, and you can't do anything about it.
Right.
I've received a lot of ridicule. You're saying, you don't know what you're talking about, and blah 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 blah. The thing about it is, I'm not worried about that. I don't let it worry me, because I know the truth is getting out, and that's all that matters.
Right.
Okay.
And starting with this core group that is here with us today.
Yes.
And how long have we been on this call? And people are being they're tenacious to learn more and to contribute, to be able to contribute.
Yes.
Now I have a couple of hands raised.
Well, let's go ahead and get the contact info.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Well, my home number, where you can leave a message, would be 775. 751-2846.
Okay, and do you want to give out your email address, or?
My cell phone number is 775-513-0906. Now the email address would be T as in Tom, E as in Edward, L as in Larry, O as in Oscar, S as in Sam, G as in girl, I as in Israel, R as in real, L as in Larry, at yahoo.com.
Great. I'm going to read that back. Your home number, 775-751-2846. Your cell, 775-513-0906. And your email, Telos Girl. I bet I know who that is. TELOSGIRL at yahoo.com. Is that correct, Billie?
Yes.
And also you're on Pacific Daylight Time, so if people are overseas, they'll be respectful of the time.
Yeah, please. And also, have them. We might. I was thinking about something. A lot of people, a blog. Of course, I'm not quite sure how to set up a blog, but a blog might be a good idea too. Let's see. I'm going to open up another Yahoo email address here pretty soon. It's going to be Zora of Hollow Earth, which would be specifically for this core group.
Oh, good.
But you can write that down and be Zora, Zaraya, of Hollow Earth at yahoo.com. That's not active yet, but it will be. So you just hang on to that one. I'll let you know when it's active.
Okay. What was it? Now Lou has her hand up. May I open the line to Lou?
Right now,
and Lou, let me lower your hand and unmute you. There, I think we did it. Go ahead, Lou.
Greetings, Billie Faye, and everyone on the line. Hi. If you could please just repeat the spelling of Zora, and then I'll pose my question.
Oh, sure. Z-A-R-A-Y-A.
Oh, Thank you.
That's my real name.
Oh.
That's my real Hollow Earth name.
And that is the address that is strictly for those of us in this core group.
Right.
Yeah, Zora of Hollow Earth at yahoo.com. That will be active within a day or two.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, someone else had their hand up, and I started to lower it, and so your hand is not up. So, here, 541 area code.
Billie wants to say something just a minute.
I'm sorry.
I know one of the questions that is going to be out there, they're going to say, why is my email Talos Girl?
Mm-hmm.
And I need to explain that.
Oh,
Talos Girl, the Talos is the city beneath Mount Shasta.
Mm-hmm.
Girl part was I was born both female and male in one body, hermaphrodite, if you want to call it that. Several beings in the Hollow Earth are the same way. We are born both sexes. So I guess I wanted to bring that point out, that people are going to wonder, why is Talos Girl and I have a deep voice like I have?
Right.
Oh, okay.
But I was born both female and male in one body.
Right.
So that I hope that clarifies the thing.
Oh, yeah, that's very interesting. Similar to your blood.
And I still have a question.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Lou.
Okay, Zora, my question is, I am aware that I have, I believe, an aspect living in Telos, and then I go there at night, and I desire to be one of those on the surface who, along with others likely on this call, who would like to be facilitators and ambassadors for the emergence of higher consciousness beings on the planet. You have stated that we can create portals and house and host our inner Earth brothers and sisters. Could you give us more information on how we create the linkage or the portals in order to create that resonance correspondence?
Just by asking.
Okay.
See, it's just like
very simple.
Yeah, it's real simple. Yeah. In the when I was back with Ramtha, the Ramtha people, Ramtha was given several questions about the Hollow Earth and the entrances and things of this nature. And one of the questions that was asked him, how does one go to the Hollow Earth if they so choose to do so? Or how does one get their attention? You already have their attention. Once you become knowledgeable of their existence, you have their attention. And by asking for your area to become an emergence zone, basically you either do it through a dream state, if you wish. There's a mantra that I can give you that will help you travel astrally, or even through mind travel, to the Hollow Earth. And you can go there. And you can see, hear, feel, and touch everything there. There is a couple people called, John Terry and Bonnie. They give a seminar for a technique called respite. And if you want to find out about that, you can go to your search bar on your computer and type in "Through the Eyes of a Traveler," throughtheeyesofA-traveler.com, and that will take you right to their site. You can sign up for their seminar to learn the techniques, and do it yourself. It would take when you do learn it, you want to have a partner with you, one that you trust, that would be with you to go through these sessions and record everything that you see, hear, and touch, and all that. that is called mind travel. However, if you want to not go through the expense of that, you can also go and through this mantra I'm going to give out that will help you to travel astrally to the hollow earth as well. And this is probably a little simpler if you've ever astral projected. Now the mantra goes like this: distance, darkness, fade away. I seek the mystic traveling ray. Reveal before my mind's bright eye the secrets that I wish to spy. That is a mantra. And that mantra, by saying it 7 times before you go to sleep, will allow you to travel astrally to the hollow earth or anywhere else you want to go.
Now, how are we going to accurately, I got the first line, distance, darkness, fade away.
I seek the mystic traveling ray.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Again, please.
I seek the mystic traveling ray.
The mystic traveling ray. Okay.
Reveal before.
Okay.
My mind's bright eye.
Okay.
The secrets. That I wish to spy. And then you state hollow earth. Destination hollow earth.
Okay.
At the end of the 7 times, right?
Yeah. Each time you say it.
Oh, each time, okay.
Each time you say it, say hollow earth. Destination hollow earth. And then you'll travel. And when you travel, you will have your experience.
A lot of us are having lucid dreams that we never had before, using some of this 0-point energy technology that we're using, especially the pendant that surrounds us in a 3-foot field of 0 point, and the dreams are getting more and more vivid, so that should just make it all the better, I guess.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I also have a device that I can build.
Oh, yeah. I wanted you to talk.
And I'm going to give this information out. I have the ability to design and create and design a headband that you can wear, and it's made of copper, silver, and a quartz crystal. Or if you have a gold coin, that's even stronger. Gives out stronger vibration. But I can make these, and I've seen them. I've seen them on eBay, and of course they're nice for decoration, but they're not. They don't work because they're not attuned to the person that buys them. You see, you have to pick a quartz crystal that's for you. One that you're attuned with, one that resonates with you. That one, what you do is you send that to me, and the coin, or the 1 ounce silver or 1 ounce gold, whichever you want to do. I'll just say silver because gold is too hard to get anyway. But 1 ounce silver, and you send that to me. I'll put the headband together, and I'll send it to you once it's complete. I do ask $200 for it because that's my cost, because I got to buy copper and all that stuff. But but I can put them together and I can send them out. Once you put these on, and you're with your crystal and the silver and the copper together, it creates a force to be reckoned with. It's basically it's for intergalactic communications, as well as communication with the hollow earth. It allows you to meditate faster and more vivid. And of course, if you have it on when you're having your lucid dreams, you're really going to have some fun.
But it enhances telepathic communication, basically.
Yes, it does,
yeah.
and enhances your your capacity for creation, visualization. I made some for some people up when I went to Mount Shasta, and had them put them on. And when they put them on, then we went up on the mountain, and we were basically below the peak of the mountain, and we were looking at the mountain. We suddenly saw ships going in and out of Talos.
Wow.
Now, this will allow you to do that. It opens up your third eye, if you will.
Ah.
And your third eye of visualization or seeing. You'll be able to see other people's auras, almost immediately.
Wonderful.
You'll be able to communicate long distance. If everyone on this call, if they had this headband and we wanted to communicate, we could do it.
Wow.
Long distance.
We could have a silent call.
Have a silent call and have all the information we want. And basically one that the government couldn't tap into.
Right. Right.
For sure.
But there again, these crystal, Lemurian crystal headbands, I can make them, and I do make them. Like I said, I do, but I do ask for a nominal fee of $200.
Of course, because it's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
It takes time to make them. But another thing, see, the ones on the eBay I've seen, they go for $400 and $500.
Woo.
Oh.
But the thing about it is, they don't work.
They're duds.
They're duds. They're nice for decoration, but as far as being a functional device,
right?
Forget it.
Yeah.
Because unless they are making them with the crystals that are attuned to the person buying them, and of course they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have covered so much ground, and thank goodness it's recorded. So,
right.
Oh yeah.
Anyone that joins this core group from this point forward can get up to speed by listening to the recording.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about future communications to keep us up to date? What are you thinking about that, Billie?
Well, I'm not a good writer. But I was thinking that a newsletter might be appropriate.
A what, a newsletter?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
maybe.
Well, that's my middle name,
Well, maybe I could get with you and we could communicate or something like that maybe on a weekly basis or.
And I could present you with questions from people.
Yeah.
I could filter those questions, get them to you, and have a newsletter with your responses.
That would be awesome.
Right.
That would be awesome.
If you want, I could give you my mailing address, and you can send a paper copy to me.
Okay.
And I could answer the questions and then send them back to you.
Would it be
sure, whatever's the most convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
what do you think, Richard? That would be pretty good, wouldn't
I think it's an awesome idea. I thought the email might be easier for you, but it may be.
Well, all I have to do is just put it on the screen and print it and pop a stamp on it, and then Billie's got it in his hands. He doesn't have to sit there at the computer.
Because a lot of times I have what you call power outages out here, and
your
computer goes bye-bye.
I've been to Pahrump. Yeah, I've been to Pahrump.
No, I like that idea. I think that's awesome.
And then I'll just be the go-between, and people can send their individual questions to me, and when I get your answers, I'll compile them, and we'll have a newsletter going out every so often. That would be very efficient, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, too.
Yeah, because I feel like this didn't happen by accident. Bless Richard's heart, he pursued it and established this communication. And 2 weeks ago, 6 or 7 people have turned into over 90 people. And as I say, we can see where this is going. It could get unwieldy. Yeah. And yet we can't lose connection with each other.
Right.
Of course not.
And what I will do, I tell you what, Billie, you can give your address to Richard, who will get it to me for mailing purposes.
Oh, I'll give it out freely. It doesn't matter if people.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get that underway then.
Okay, that would be 1240 East Carson, Carson Street.
Okay. Street.
In Pahrump, Nevada.
How do you spell Pahrump?
Pahrump. Nevada.
Yeah, I've been there, but I knew I didn't know how to spell it. Pahrump, Nevada.
89048.
89048.
-7624.
89048-7624. Yeah. Okay, and then here's what I'm going to...
I'd like to also put out there before I feel my father popping me in the back of the head here.
I think he's getting excited, too, what we're putting together.
Oh, yeah, he's getting real excited. But, I'm just kind of dreading popping into his existence because I don't know where I'm going to end up. But
the people on this call do not even understand. But that's okay. Go ahead.
I'll explain that before he pops in.
Okay.
But anyway, what was my train of thought before I got interrupted? Let's see. We're talking about my address. I gave that. Okay. I wanted to put out there as well that we are planning, me and Rodney Clough in Sun City, Arizona.
The person that interviewed you. Yeah, go ahead.
Not just him, but we also putting together an expedition.
Yeah.
To the Hollow Earth, and needing funding for that as well. So if anyone's knows of anyone out there that might want to help in this matter, in this expedition, because it's not just an expedition for us; it's an expedition for the world. Because once it's completed, documentation of it will be given out to the world.
Right. Right.
About the existence of the Hollow Earth, what it's like in there. And, of course, I'm going home for good, but Rodney will be coming back right away, and with his findings and with communications, and also most likely some very interesting technology as well. But he'll be coming back out to give his report. His of the expedition, but like I said, it does take funds to do this, and of course we are going to ask anyone that would like to send a donation toward that expedition. They can send it to me if they like, or they can however they want to do that. I just wanted to put that out there as well, but. Okay, Dad, I hear you. He's about ready to do his thing. But to explain that, whenever I have Zora come in, he comes into my being, and I go into his being, wherever he is. Now, this is weird because sometimes I end up on the top, in the top of a mountain, or in a cave, or on top of a pterodactyl, or on top of a T-Rex, or someplace that I wouldn't normally be, wouldn't normally be happy with. But like I said, I'm getting to know pretty much. He does tell me occasionally to prepare myself for a great height or something like that. But sometimes he just pops in unannounced, and that's kind of alarming for the people that are around me when it happens. But
how do you spell his name?
Zora. It's Z-O-R-R-A, or some people spell it as Z-O-R-A, whichever is fine. But he is a scientist in the Hollow Earth, and he is over 150,000 years old. Wow. But he looks like he's in his mid-20s, 30s, or whatever when he's around. But he's over 150,000 years old, so he's been around a bit. But he'll answer any questions about the Hollow Earth, and he'll answer any questions about the living harmoniously or whatever. He doesn't go into too much current events concerning the surface of the Earth, but whatever you want to know about the Hollow Earth, be happy to tell you about it, I'm sure. He does know some current things that are happening of course he knows about them, but whether he'll talk about them or not, that's another story. But he's quite aware of the situation on the Earth and what's happening. So he'll answer questions that you want answered.
I have 4 hands up now. I guess we'll let them ask their questions.
Sure. No problem.
Would you want to wait until do you want?
Oh yeah, I'll take some questions now.
Okay.
Oh, you want to take them now? Okay,
sure.
Let me just get started. We'll try to keep this as tight and brief as we can.
Right.
Just a minute. I got to get this screen to move again. It's getting cumbersome here. Just a second. Wilma in Australia. Wilma, I'm going to unmute you and lower your hand. Go ahead, Wilma in Australia. You can ask your question. Are you there?
I don't think she's on.
Yeah, it's an odd time for her. She may be recording. She may have had to go to bed.
Well, I might want to mention to her in Australia, her Australian continent is the southwestern tip of Lemuria.
Oh,
interesting. Wow.
Okay. Susie Starr, who brought so many people with her to this conference. I'm lowering your hand, Susie, and unmuting you. Okay. Susie?
Yes.
Okay, you've got the floor.
I just wanted to tell you that the 86 people who registered under me, I have saved every one of their email addresses. So you won't need to collect those. That will save you a lot of time. And I will simply forward that list to you. But I will need your email address, Anne, in order to do that.
Well, this would be a good time, and people on the call can write it down, and I will be the facilitator of this. My address is DeHart, DEHART, at AOL.com. Soon to be changed, but I'll let you all know.
Okay, would you repeat that, please?
A as in Anne, A as in Arnold, DeHart. D like Donald, EHART, DeHart, at AOL.com.
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, thank you, Susie. That saves us a lot. Mm-hmm. We're going to learn, when we have a collective group, I found this with my other group, we benefit from everyone's knowledge and questions. It just enriches all of our lives from benefiting by what other people ask. So thank you very much, Susie. I'll be working with you. And I'm going to move on now to area code 360. I don't have your name, but your last four numbers are 9406. You may go ahead.
Washington.
Yes.
Yes, this is Mary. I had a question concerning all of our children that have been inoculated. Can you hear me? I was wondering, is there anything that we can do to remove that from their bodies?
Yes. There's a substance out called HGH. Are you familiar with it?
HGH?
Yes.
G or HT?
HG.
HG. Yes.
Human growth hormone.
It's your human growth hormone.
Yes,
Human growth hormone, what that does is that replenishes all the cells in the body. And by taking that, it will counteract the inoculation.
Oh, okay.
I've got a wonderful source for that, and it is not networking, so don't get worried about that. But I've been taking this. I have been taking this, I would say close to 10 years. And the man who has the company that offers this could very possibly be on the line right now. Mm-hmm. But if anyone, let me just give you the address. It's I think you'll be able to find it by. I'll have to put it in the newsletter. But anyway, it's Magnetizer. I don't know exactly. You'll have to Google it. Magnetizer. It could be Magnetizer with several other words or maybe 2 or 3 sources. And it's called the Ultimate Supplement. And you just put 3 drops under the tongue first thing in the morning and before going to bed at night. And every time I've tried, I thought, I don't know if that's really doing anything. And as soon as I stop within 2 or 3 weeks, I know I've got to get my hands on it. And now I buy it in large quantities. I don't ever want to run out. And I'm going to be 78 in July, and I hardly feel like it at all. I don't act like it. I don't interact with those kind of people. So this human growth hormone, this particular version, sublingual, I recommend it highly.
Okay, that leads me to one other question. I tried taking that several years ago, and I had a breast cyst. And when I started taking it, it seemed to make it grow.
Huh.
I don't know what to say. Get a wand and wand it. Huh?
Yeah.
She has a what?
Cyst.
On her breast?
Yes.
Yes, a breast cyst.
She had it.
And the HGH made it more painful, so I thought it made it larger.
Is the cyst cancerous?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've had it many years, so.
Mm-hmm. Let me. I do want to put one thing out there to everyone out there because I'm going to tell you something that I discovered that is be of interest to everyone out there. There is a cure for cancer.
Okay.
And I'm going to give it to you. This was given to me by my, the idea was given to me by my father, but he said, to pursue it and check it out, which I did. I discovered the cure for cancer by mistake, actually. My adopted mother, she's a Apache woman. She died last year, breast cancer. And after she died, I went on a one-person crusade, basically, to find out what the cure for cancer was. Mm-hmm. I did a prayer, and I asked about, what the cause and the cure for cancer is. And I woke up in a cold sweat that same night with the answer. And I even tried it on a hamster I had. A little old hamster had growth on the belly, cancerous growth. And what I did is I injected the cancer cyst or whatever it was, tumor, with clinical iodine. Clinical iodine kills cancer immediately. It doesn't mess around. I injected the hamster with it, 3 injections directly into the cancer growth. It started killing the cancer immediately. Within 3 weeks, the cancer tumor was gone.
Oh. Now, is that the one they call, what is that?
Lugol's iodine.
Lugol's, yes.
Yeah.
That's the clinical iodine.
It's clinical iodine, the kind they use in the hospital.
Or detox iodine.
Under the treatment of iodine is in the treatment of used in the treatment of thyroid. Now, doctors will tell you that if you put iodine in your body, it's going to kill you. No, it won't. That's what they want you to think, but that's so you don't use it. But by injecting it directly into a cancer growth, it starts killing the cancer immediately. Wow. You can take a portion of a cancer growth or cell or tumor, put it in a petri dish, inject it with clinical iodine, and watch it die right before your eyes.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. Could you possibly take the Lugol's iodine by drops in some water also?
No, you don't want it to go into the bloodstream. You want it going directly into the cancer growth.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Billie.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, I have another person with their hand up. It's Robin in Palm Springs. Robin, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead. Robin in Palm Springs. Robin in Palm Springs. Are you there?
Yes. This is actually Reverend Dale Westerland.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if you have someone else. I just want to say thank you, Billie, for everything you're sharing.
Oh, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Really, really enjoying your presentation, and I've been writing as fast as I can, and enjoying feedback as I'm presenting this on my my Facebook page as well. I did have a response, just an innocent response to what I transferred when you had shared the story about Amelia Earhart.
Yes.
And her plane being saved, and her living in inner Earth at this point. And someone just typed the one-letter word proof with a question mark, and I don't know how to. I've been researching inner Earth my entire life, so I don't know how to respond to that, without offending anyone.
Well, basically, proof. The only way to prove it would be to go to Hollow Earth and talk to her. But,
really?
Now, it just is, well, for one thing, they've never, ever found any evidence of her aircraft, ever, anywhere on the Earth. They have found aircraft similar to hers, but never her actual aircraft.
I'm sure they did research. They probably
there was one program on TV I watched a while back, and it was talking about Amelia Earhart, and they said, well, she had perished on an island with headhunters and stuff like this, but they ate her or whatever. But I don't believe that.
The depiction of her last flight from that remote island and to stop over at the small Marshall Island or whatever it was for fueling was in the deep south of the Pacific, and I wouldn't see, even if they tried, if a plane went down anywhere there, how they could even retrieve, unless they had some type of technology that locates a ship that big, some kind of a scope of some kind.
Yes, I understand. Well, proof will be made because when the emergence takes place, the Hollow Earth people coming up to the surface, she'll be among them.
And the pilots of the fighter pilots from
the ones off the Flight 19.
The Challenger that you mentioned?
No.
No, the Flight 19. Flight 19 off of Muscle Shoals, Florida.
The 1947 incident.
Yeah, the 5 Avenger aircraft.
Oh, I see.
Lost in Bermuda Triangle.
Well, that makes sense to me. And on that same note, I was curious: are there any other prominent figures in our history or current history that are residing in the inner Earth? I'm just putting this out there. Possibly Robert Kennedy or Princess Diana. And
no, I would say that not those. No. Admiral Byrd, upon his before his I'm getting myself tongue-tied here. Admiral Byrd's grave is empty.
Oh.
He returned to the Hollow Earth before his and of course his wife knows it. He told her that he was going back to the land beyond the pole. And what he did, he took a skeleton crew with him, all single men, and flew to the North Polar region. Aircraft entered into the opening, was intercepted by the glowing discs, and took his craft inside. He is residing in the Hollow Earth.
Without his wife.
Without his wife.
That must have been a tough goodbye.
Oh yes, I'm sure. She will be joining him at a future date.
Well, you did make reference, Billie, regarding a 650-page secret diary, which one of my associates actually got his hands on and printed it up. It's like a big dictionary. And you indicated that there are certain aspects there that have been
that were written
that are untrue.
It wasn't 660 pages, though. It was a very small depiction of the log diary. The actual diary is not 660 pages. It's actually a flight log, which is only consisting of about 100 pages, if that. But the latitude and longitude of the Hollow Earth entrance, I'm going to give you.
Ooh.
The latitude is 87.7 north latitude, 142.2 east latitude. That is the opening of the Hollow Earth.
Can you repeat that, please?
What?
I wasn't really ready, and I want to make sure I have it correct. I'm sorry. The numbers?
87.7 north latitude.
87.7 north.
142.2 east longitude.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Where is that located, Billie?
That would be well above Point Barrow, Alaska.
I see. Point Barrow?
Yeah. Point Barrow, Alaska would be due south of that.
I think it's a Barro or something like that, isn't it? Barrow?
Barrow.
Yeah.
Barrow.
Well, sure. I did have a few more questions, but I want to respect that there may be others that have questions. May I call your number at another time?
I'd be more than happy to chat with you if you want to call me.
Okay, I was trying to write as fast as I could. What was your home number again, so I don't run up cell charges?
My regular phone number, house phone, is 775-751-2846. And my cell phone number would be 775-513-0906. Yeah, okay, there's just one last question that may assist the audience as well. There was a couple of tapes that were gifted to me several years ago, quite some time ago, called Aurora DUX, regarding supposedly the Emperor Adama's princess, the daughter, who had come topside and shared her experiences That was
and
Bonnie.
what Inner Earth was like. Were those authentic?
That was
recordings?
Bonnie. That would have been Bonnie.
Bonnie, yes.
Yes. Sharula is her name in Telos.
Yes, exactly. So those are authentic tapes and factual for information.
Yes, they are.
Wonderful. Well,
in
thank
fact,
you so much.
If you would, please make a copy of those tapes and send them to Richard. That's
an idea. Yeah.
Yes, I know they're not in circulation. I'd be happy to. Richard, what's your contact number?
RB, B is in boy, Spilotes. So it's S is in Sam, P is in Paul, ILOTES is in Sam at msn.com. So it looks like RB Spilotes at msn.com. I have to really phonetically sound it out.
Wonderful. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, I have another hand up. This person, just a second, I just lost it.
And then maybe we can allow time for Zora.
Okay, well,
Zora.
then shall we just not finish up then?
Well, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I got time. I'm not pressed for time.
Okay.
We're worrying about your dad.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about him. He's patient. He'll be patient.
Okay, let me see if I can get this. Oh, here it is. A person at area code 541, ending in 0424. I've unmuted you, and I'm lowering your hand.
Thank you, Billie, once again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My question is, you were talking earlier about the total harmony of Hollow Earth. A couple of questions. Is there death or transmutation of form in any way? And also I wondered about all the insects and animals that we have on the surface who feed on each other. How do they survive down in that place?
They don't feed on each other.
What do they feed on then?
They feed on the atmosphere.
Okay.
The atmosphere is very, very nutritious, contrary to what it is here. You don't have to actually eat in the interior because there's no need for it. You can if you wish, but you don't have to. The people that go down from the surface to the inner earth or hollow earth, they eat a lot of plants, but they don't have to. There's several on the surface. You have what's called breatharianism. That is a way you have. You don't eat anything. You basically exist from breathing. As a diet here on Earth, on the surface. You have a vegetarian diet and stuff like that. Many of the people that have gone from the surface to the interior world has changed from their meat diet strictly to plants. And of course you also, when you partake of a plant, you never want to partake of any dead food. Dead food meaning meat or fish or poultry. That is dead food. You have to kill the animal before you eat it. So that's called dead food. You don't want to eat any dead food because it's not good for your body. Living food is plants and things of that nature. Now, as far as the insects, like I said, everything is in harmony. There is no destructive species in the hollow earth at all. The ants and the things of this nature they have their way of going about their daily lives, but they're not meat eaters. They're not. They don't kill insects or anything like this. Everything in the interior goes on. It doesn't, demise or die, because there's no death there.
Well, you talked earlier about Ramtha. When were you involved with him?
Oh, I was back in the early 70s, up into the 80s, 90s. I left them, when was it, 80s? In the 80s, mid-80s, I think it was. After he, it was the time that Ramtha left after Jay-Z had become quite wealthy from the school. He said, "I'm leaving now, and I may or may not be returning." And he did. He left.
I knew he'd left.
And then another entity stepped in, known as Ramesses, the brother of Ramtha, that started all kinds of discord and hassles with the group up in Yom, and also with the people, because the ones that were attuned and very, very well enlightened saw the change immediately, and I was one of them, and I saw the change, and I said at that point I no longer wanted to be a participant, because what was coming through just didn't bear witness with my spirit, and I said, that's it, I'm not going to do this anymore. And Linda Evans, she was another one that saw a change immediately, and she stopped going. Several people stopped going. Zora came in at one point and tried to straighten out the mess, which I believe he did for a short time, but then it reoccurred. Now there is, I think what it was that Jay-Z didn't want to relinquish her income, if you want to call it that.
Yes, I understand.
She wasn't willing to give up her lifestyle, and became corrupted. So I don't believe that after Zora had left, everything from that point on is questionable. But everything before that, you can take to the bank. I mean, it's right. Everything before his departure was for the good of mankind. And like I said, after the separation there, that's when I stepped away. I had met with, as soon as I, first time I ever met Ramtha, he walked up to me and he looked at me and he said something. He said, basically in front of everyone, he says, "You are not from this surface world. Your home world is Agartha and the hollow earth." He told me flat out, and I knew it, but it just felt good for him to say it.
I'd like to ask a question here at this point. The difference between hollow earth and Agartha.
Agartha is the subterranean cities. Subterranean cities such as Talos, that's part of the Agarthian network. Shambhala is another city of the Agarthian world. There is two Shambhalas, is what's called the major and then the lesser. The lesser city is located in the subterranean caverns, and the main one is located in the hollow interior of the earth. The hollow earth itself. you also have the there's other cities that are within the Earth's crust, and also different civilizations. Beneath your feet, you have 7 different civilizations, several different races of beings that are within. You have the gnomes, you have the elves, you have the leprechauns, you have the blues, the blue-skinned people, and then you have the Garthians, you have the Hollow Earth people, you have the reptilian, which are not the bad race, but the good ones. You have I forgot what they're called now. They're
you got 7 right there.
Yeah, you're right. I do.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, my original question I had asked was about, is it death or transmutation of form of some kind?
Well, you're talking about death? There is no death. Basically, they ascend. Either ascend, go into the guardianship of the Earth, or they decide to go elsewhere, meaning they can teleportate anywhere they want, to any galaxy or any planet. It's nice to know that if you really decide you want to go somewhere, say you say, okay, I want to go to the Mars, interior of Mars. You state your destination and you're there. You basically, you don't have to. You're not limited. You're unlimited beings. You're unlimited beings now. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
And you have the capability to, as I stated before, you have the ability to create your own reality. You can create a reality of poverty, or you can create a reality of wealth. It's up to you. In the consciousness and energy of the Ramtha teachings, taught you how to manifest, how to visualize, and how to manifest, and how to create from the ethers. The consciousness and energy practices are excellent ways of communications to the Hollow Earth. You add that with the Lemurian crystal headbands, and you've got yourself an unstoppable force. I was able to here in Nevada during the summertime. It was really super hot. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and I was able to create rain clouds and have a cloud burst over Pahrump, Nevada, just by having that crystal headband on.
How do we know the right crystal to select?
Oh, believe me, you'll know. It will resonate with your being. Your best way to pick a crystal is by the use of a pendulum. That's the easiest way. But you can just pick up a crystal, and you'll feel it. If it resonates with you, then it's the one for you. If it doesn't resonate with you, you put it down and pick up a different one until you feel at peace with it. Okay. Then you know it's for you.
Well, you were talking about the beings that they live on air, and I'm thinking in terms of our physical bodies, and I don't know how different they are from the beings there. But what about the organs that we use for digestion? What do they do there when they don't have that function?
What do they do?
Yeah, the organs that we use for digestion.
Right.
Are the beings there? Do they have the same organs?
Well, they're just like you and me. They're just like the surface dwellers as well, but they just don't use them. They don't need to use them.
So like the stomachs and intestines and liver and kidneys, all those are just there but not used?
Basically, unless you choose to partake of like vegetables, plants and fruit. Yeah, you can use your system that way if you like, but it's not necessary.
And my last question, you mentioned that using the mind. You said our mind is is the creator. And do you mean for manifestation, or do you mean our mind is creator in terms of God?
Excuse me?
You made a statement that our mind is the creator. Now, do you mean in terms of manifestation, or do you mean in terms of as a God as we perceive it?
Well, man was meant to be their own creators. Man was meant to be able to create their own reality. To state whether or not you're gods or not, that's your own perception. But man does have the ability, once they're taught how, to create from the ethers. When I stated that you can create your own reality, meaning you can create a world of poverty, which many people have, or you can create a world of plenty, prosperity.
So do you believe that there is a creator God, a source?
A universal creator?
Yes.
Of course. But
okay,
you also have, but you're also a creator in your own right.
Yes, I understand that. I just wanted to differentiate. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I tell you, I hate to rush you, but we've got 2 hands up, and I know that Zora is eager to get. Let's see if we can move ahead. Try to be concise. Area code 847, ending in 3185. I'm unmuting you. 847, ending in 3185.
Hello, this is Jane from near the Chicagoland area. Can you hear me?
Chicago.
Yes.
Yes, hi. And Billie, thank you so much. This has been so informative and so enlightening for many, many of us. And I guess one of the questions that I had, just real quickly, is on that little paragraph that you said for us to say 7 times before you sleep in order to be able to move and go into astral. You said, what was that first line? Distance?
Distance, darkness, fade away.
Oh, distance, darkness, fade away. Okay, thank you. And then the other question I also had were probably a couple of things. One is I'm into yoga and, of course, trying to work with the ascended masters like Babaji, and we have some very evolved ascended masters, spiritual teachers as well. Where are they in all this realm of evolution?
Where are they?
Yeah, where are they in relationship to in terms of what you are doing? Are they related to what you're doing as well, or are they doing it separately from, Hollow Earth?
Well, the ascended masters are in orbit around the Earth.
Okay.
In their light ships.
In the what?
In their light ships.
In their light ships. So, of course, we have an ascended master like Babaji.
Uh-huh.
And so what is he doing then to support you, or how are they working together with the Hollow Earth?
Let's see. The best way to explain that would be that they are with the guardians of this section of the galaxy. The ascended masters, such as Sananda and the others, are all aboard their ships that are encircling the Earth right now. And they're helping to harmonize the earth. Of course, no harmonizing is not necessary in the hollow earth because it's already harmonious. However, the harmony that's needed is being focused on the surface itself. Their part in the evolution of the earth is on a spiritual plane.
Okay, I'm going to move ahead to area code 360, and your last four numbers are 9406, and I'm unmuting you and lowering your hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is Vern from Chehalis. When you were speaking of eating vegetables and fruits, if they're cooked, does that make them dead, or should they be eaten raw?
I would eat them raw, if I were you. When you cook vegetables, you're basically knocking out a lot of the nutrients that are in the plant itself.
How about lightly steamed? Would that be considered?
Well, yeah. I mean, as long as they're vegetables, it really doesn't matter one way or the other. But as far as you don't want to partake of fish or meat or poultry, anything like that, because it's dead food. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, anything that's live food, like live and growing, like fruit and vegetables, that's your live foods. Anything you have to kill is dead foods.
Right. Another question on the selecting your crystal. I missed that. Yes. How to select it? Do you select it, or do we select it before you?
No, you select your own. It's not up to me to select the crystal for you. No, what you want to do is I don't know if you're familiar with the power of the pendulum or not, but
yes,
if you have a pendulum, you take a few crystals, quartz crystals. They need to be at least a half inch wide and an inch to an inch and a half tall. The tips should be as clear as possible and as straight as possible, no chips. And and then to choose them, a pendulum is one of the quickest ways to choose one. But if you don't have a pendulum, then of course you can just go by way of picking one up, and see if it resonates with you, because you'll feel at peace with it. You'll feel good about it. It'll make you feel good. And when you find one like that, you have yourself a dynamite.
Okay. And we just send that to you when we order the band?
Yes. You send me the crystal and a silver 1 ounce coin or disc, whichever you prefer. Like I said, for those that want, they can send a gold coin. Don't worry, I won't keep it. I'll just install it into the headband and send it back to you.
Okay. One last little question. The last line of the mantra, we didn't get it copied.
Oh, the last line?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what part did you not get? Where'd you leave off at? The secrets?
Yeah.
The secrets that I wish to spy.
The secrets that I wish to spy.
Right.
Thank you very much, and we will speak with you again in the near future.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. I have one, area code 530, ending in 1933.
That's in California.
Okay, I'm unmuting you. You just put your hand down.
Okay.
There.
Thank you. I'm Joy, and I wanted to. We're a few people have asked me beforehand, but I need the second line. I seek the mystic.
The second line?
In the You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
distance, darkness, fade away. I seek the mystic traveling ray.
Traveling ray. Okay, thank you.
Like ray of light. Reveal before my mind's bright eye the secrets that I wish to spy.
And you can always, everybody can pick this up on the replay too, so you don't have to worry about losing this.
And I'll put it in the newsletter.
Okay.
We have someone in area code 360 ending in 9406, and
I want to
try to be
say
just as
something else, if I
as
may.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm Joy at Mount Shasta, and I just wanted to say, Billie.
I love that area.
Oh, I do too. I was instructed to be here when I became an adult, so I moved here 11 years ago. Anyway, I just, if you should come to Mount Shasta, I would love to, go to a portal with you. Okay? I really. All right. And I'm my phone number was just given. I'll give it again, 530-926-1933.
Okay, thank you, Joy. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
That's fine. Thank you for letting me back in.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm just trying to make sure we don't run out of time. And there was one more hand up.
To the lady at Mount Shasta before she parts off there.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Diane Robbins?
Yes, she is a friend of mine. And in my spiritual Ascension class group.
Okay. You have her books?
Yes.
Okay. You know that those books are channeled directly from Nikos, beneath the Aegean Sea.
Oh, okay. I thought they were from Adama also, but Nikos, huh?
Well, more of Nikos, or Mikos or Mikos, however you wish to pronounce it. He is the librarian from the Pathologos Library. And that's located from beneath the Aegean Sea.
Okay, I'm not following that. I don't recognize that.
I do.
Pathologos.
Pathologos, yes.
Okay, and where is that?
It's located underneath the Aegean Sea.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a universal library that you can access anytime you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now let's see. I've lowered your hand, but I think it was area code 360 ending in 9406. You're open if you have a comment or question.
Thank you. I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Well, I think maybe let me take a quick look. Make sure we're not neglecting anyone here. It's hard to get the screen. There. There's one. Wilma in Australia, honey. Let me unmute you and lower your hand. Okay, go ahead, honey. Wilma?
Hi. This is Cindy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have 3 questions. Can I go ahead and ask them? Because this isn't Wilma. Did you want Wilma to talk?
No, that's okay. I was just lowering Wilma's hand, and she's muted again. We'll give her a chance next, okay?
Oh, okay. So my 3 questions are, well, one, I'm slightly hypothyroid, and I use iodine quite a bit. And you were talking about iodine earlier. When you say clinical iodine, I just wanted to make sure people knew not to go to Walgreens and buy that tincture of iodine because it's got preservatives in it. Make sure you don't use that.
No. You want clinical iodine, the type they have at hospitals.
Yeah, and then also there are other things that can cure cancer besides just iodine. Like there's at least one doctor, maybe more, injecting a sodium bicarbonate solution into the tumors, and that's taking care of it too, probably because it's changing the pH in them. Okay, also, do you know about Brooks Agnew? Because he's tried to organize a couple parties that went down, that were going to go to try to get into the hollow earth. And if you don't know about him, maybe the two of you ought to get together.
I know him personally.
Good.
Brooks Agnew, he's trying to put together an expedition, getting the funding for it. But as I explained to him and tried to explain to him, and he apparently was closed-minded about it, was that you must be in one accord, in one mind, before you even attempt to a journey to the Hollow Earth. Because you need to understand you're going to an entirely different realization. You're going to a world of total and complete harmony. You're going to a world that doesn't want to be exploited, but yet wants to be recognized. He's going up there with film crews, things of this nature. He's invited me to go along, but I kind of backing off from it myself because I feel they're going up for the wrong reasons. And as I tried to explain to him, all the people that are going need to be in constant communication with one another. And he says, "Oh no, I don't want anyone to be, contacting each other." But that's the essence of getting to become together in one accord, by communicating with one another, by being able to meditate together and become one, so you can make contact with them once you get up there. And to call the ships to come to the icebreaker whenever they get up to the right latitude and longitude. But like he was saying to me, he says, "Well, how are you going to get 100 people all together in one place?" And I said, "Well, if you're on a ship that's bound for the North Pole, they're going to be all together in one place, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I said, "All right, but you want to start having meetings before you even think about getting on that vessel, because you need to be totally committed to what you're doing, because you won't be taking this journey lightly. You're going into an entirely different realization, be contrary to everything you've ever been taught, And Brooks, I knew he's wanting to put together an expedition. He's been trying to do it for like 2 years, but he's looking for a massive amount of funds, such as $2 million. It's $2 million just to charter the vessel, and who can afford $2 million right off the top of it, right off the bat? And I don't know too many people can do that. However, there is a cheaper way of going, which we've already started putting together. Rodney Clough, myself, and not Steve Curry, but Neil Curry, a couple others. We have a Albatross seaplane, which is twin engine, and only the total cost going up there would be no more than $150,000. That's a heck of a lot less than $2 million.
Okay. May I move on to Wilma in Australia? Wilma, you're unmuted, honey.
After that, we might go ahead and see if and kind of move ahead with the if Zora wants to come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Wilma, did you take the call? I just had to change phones. Okay, area code 905 ending in 1727. We'll make this our very last interaction here. Area code 905 1727.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. My name is Sharon, and I'm new to your call, and I must apologize. I came into the call an hour late because I did not know about it any sooner, and I was wondering if this call by chance is being recorded.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
And do you have that number, please?
I'll have to give you written instructions.
Yeah, she can send me an email if she wants.
Yeah, how do you want it? Because I don't want to take a lot of time to access it. This will be good for everybody. To access it, go to freeconferencecalling.com. Freeconferencecalling.com. Scroll down, and on the right you'll see a button that says Listen to Recordings.
Okay.
And then you sign in, and you put in our call code, and that is 772164.
772164?
Yes, and it will open the list of recordings, and just look for Telos, T-E-L-O-S. This will be a second Telos call, so just look under Telos. And there's one that preceded it. This is the second call. Okay?
That's so helpful. Thank you. And did I understand someone to say there was a mailing list?
We're going to do that, and you register with me, and I'll compile it. And my email is A like Ann, A like Arnold, D Hart, DEHART at AOL.com. And if you just register with me, you'll be included in the email group where you can send me your questions. I'll compile them and get them to Billie, and then supply everyone with an email newsletter with all the answers.
That is wonderful.
And my name is Ann DeHart.
Information is just so exciting. I just want to say thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. I'm just amazed how the 6 or 7 of us grew to over 90 today in 2 weeks.
Wow.
So this is going to be the most efficient way. Everybody can't get on the call. Okay, I was saying that was going to be our very last interaction. I do have somebody that popped up. I'm going to ask not anymore, but I feel bad leaving this person dangling. Very quickly, area code 416, ending in 0379. Hello? Area code 416, ending in 0379. Okay, that's it then. Let's say that is the end of the interactive calls. Questions. Richard?
Question.
Yeah.
The girl that is in Australia, does she ever get through?
No.
Oh, Wilma, honey, you kept getting remuted. Are you there, Wilma? Wilma, honey. Wilma in Australia. Oh, you're muted again. Here, just a minute. Bless her heart. She's such a sweet person. Okay, Wilma. Wilma, you're open, sweetie. Wilma? Oh, bless her heart.
I think it may be one of those where they keep hitting the unmute, and it keeps saying mute.
Well, she's come back in, and to get herself unmuted, I guess she dialed back in a minute after the first dial in.
Oh, okay.
And I see that you're open in 3 places, Wilma. Can you hear us? You're not muted. Oh.
Wow.
Well, Australia, I'm sorry. We've got you. You're open in several places, but your phone number doesn't show. So it's a strange situation. Well, we really tried, Wilma. I'm sorry. All right, Richard. I'm going to turn it over to you and Billie.
Okay.
And Zora.
Yeah, and I guess we're ready if he's ready.
You just told me to brace myself high in the sky.
So we'll hear a pause, probably.
I'm sure it's going to be probably a pteranodon or pterodactyl or something. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Indeed, beloved masters.
Hello.
Hello.
How be you?
Awesome.
Very, very happy to be connecting with you.
Yes.
My daughter, she be what is called on the top of a pterodactyl.
Is she enjoying herself?
Indeed. Indeed she is. Anyway, you have what is termed a beauteous world awaiting you. Meaning, we of the Hollow Earth would be what is termed as your brothers and sisters. We are one with you as you are one with us. And we bless you and we love you. Make no mistake, we are your brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
Yes, and I think we all feel the same way with you. In fact, I'm sure of it. Yeah, thank you.
And you have questions? Speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Richard, and I'll look for hands to come up again, if that's okay.
Sure. I would love to know, can you give us a more definitive idea when the emergence is going to occur? I mean, I know all of us on this call are dying. No, I shouldn't use that expression, to see this happen. I mean,
you're eager.
Eager, yes, eager.
Indeed. Well, you have what is termed vortexes.
Mm-hmm.
Many are placated upon the surface of your world.
Mm-hmm.
You have several in California. You have a few in what is termed New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You have some in Kentucky. You have many in the Alps, for the gentlemen over in the Alps.
Mm-hmm.
There's a place located the Eagle's Nest, a place called Berchtesgaden. Are you familiar with that?
No, we have an eagle's nest in New Mexico.
Oh, I was speaking to the gentleman in the Alps.
Oh, okay.
He is listening. Berchtesgaden, Germany. There's a place called the Eagle's Nest. Was at one time a holdout for Hitler.
Wow.
That is an opening. Below that, it has a mine shaft that goes down. The elevator not only goes to the Eagle's Nest, but it also goes to a shuttle station located well beneath the base of the mountain. So there's an opening there.
Mm-hmm.
Salzburg, Austria,
mm-hmm.
is another. Lucerne, Switzerland, there is one.
Mm-hmm.
Many off the coast of Japan, off the coast of Hawaii. You have many off the in a country called Persia, or SSR.
Mm-hmm.
You have emergence zones everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to have an emergence zone where you live, speak it forth and it shall become one.
Okay.
Next question.
How soon will the emergence occur?
Be what would be termed as year-wise within 3.
Okay.
You have what's termed this is 2011, 2012, before 2012, before the end of 2012, we will come forth.
Okay.
We will bring with us our technology. We will clear and totally purify your atmosphere. We are even doing it even as we speak. You have seen what is termed as green light in flashes in your night skies.
Yes.
That is us starting the cleaning up of your atmosphere. And that will continue. It will become more intense.
Do we have any concern over this radiation spillage that seems to be continuing from Japan?
We are monitoring this poison in your atmosphere. It will not come to harm.
Oh,
that's good to know.
Great. We have Richard. When you're finished with yours, I see a hand up, so just let me know.
Ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I imagine there is many hands.
Yes.
Well, we kept Billie pretty busy here. We've been on this call
indeed,
now for almost 3 hours. We have someone at area code 541 ending in 0424. And I'm trying to unmute you. There you go.
Hi, my question is, we hear a lot about coming Earth changes. Can you tell us how dramatic they're going to be, if it will be experienced in this realm?
Dramatic Earth changes.
Yes.
Indeed. Well, I would say that would be your choice as to the severity of them. You are able to diminish the destructive power of them. Do you not know this?
Yes, I do, but how many people understand? That is my question.
How many people understand?
Yes. Does it only take one person to change the severity?
Oh, no. It would take a group of you. This group that is monitoring would be quite sufficient to do so.
The group monitoring referring to the people on the call right now? Okay.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
Wow.
That's a lot of power.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Could you, I know that, and this call, Zoros, is being recorded, so I know some of the people have had to leave. They probably had commitments to be somewhere, and there will be many that will be listening to the recording, so we won't all be converged in one place at one time. But what can you lead us in the proper attitude that we should take, our meditation?
Indeed. What you wish, want, and need to do is be what is called in total harmony. Because that is our world.
Okay.
In the interior. We are in total and complete harmony with nature and with one another. The same with you. By being in and accepting and wanting and desiring what is called harmony, you will and can change your world.
And that can be collectively. You said there was enough of us here interacting with you now that could have a definite impact. Does that mean right here, right now, or as we do our individual meditations?
Well, individuals are good, but you also have what you call, what is it term I'm speaking, a collective force. If you were all
we've got some noise here.
If you were to choose what is called a time when all of you would commit to a certain time to meditate at the specific time, then the result would be fantastic.
Ooh.
And also, along that same line, there are already established groups, such as Barbara Marx Hubbard, who has large groups, very large groups. I mean, as many as maybe 100,000. If we might be able to join in intent with the same groups. I don't know. We can do this as a group that we have right now, or we can maybe join a much larger group. Any suggestions along that line, or
anything you do, what is called combine the force of your thoughts,
yes,
of your harmonious thoughts.
Okay.
All of that together, you can create a force to be reckoned with, to be sure.
I'm thinking, do we need to intertwine to do this, or simply to adjust our life and our way of looking at life in our ongoing minute-to-minute daily lives in harmony as much as we possibly can?
Absolutely. Indeed.
Probably both.
Indeed it would be. The more harmonious way your life changes toward harmony, the better your world will be.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so because at one time Billie had said the degree of negativity that can be imposed on us relates directly with the degree of negativity that we permit to be here. So if we adjust our own attitude, thinking, way of life with every challenge that comes to us through the day and adjust it to harmony, we're constantly overcoming the availability of negativity that can be imposed upon us.
Indeed.
Oh, somebody has noise in the background. I think I'm going to have to do a complete mute again. Let's see, just a second. Let's see. Well, it's. I'm just going to have to close. Oh, somebody here has a question. Yeah.
Yeah, you may mute me out and Zora at the same time.
No, I'm not going to. Oh, that's right. Okay. If I did it all. Okay, I'm just going to individually close these that were opened up. They're still open. Now we have someone in Nevada, area code 775-5531. I'm going to unmute you and lower your hand. No, it muted again. Just a minute. There, I think it's going to hold. Your keeps muting again. 775, I'm trying to unmute you.
Hello, this is Dr. Tuck. How are you?
We're fine. You're coming through fine. Thank you.
Good. Could we just ask Zora to lead us in a meditation?
That's an idea.
Better than talking forever.
Would that be all right?
Lead you into a meditation?
Right now.
Yeah. We've got 90 people, a group here, many still on the phone for several hours.
Mm-hmm.
And why not take advantage of all this goodwill and openness and desire for harmony and balance?
Why not?
Okay.
Picture yourself on what is termed on an ocean beach. The waves crashing against the shore. View the dolphins in the sea. Harmonize with them. Become with them. Become one with them. Feel their essence. Now visualize a world of total and complete harmony, where there is no strife, there is no war, there is no discord of any sort. Feel free to speak forth what you are seeing.
A feeling of total peace.
Indeed.
No anxiety.
No worries.
Mm-hmm.
All those have passed away. No want for anything. All is of one. Harmony and peace. Peace and harmony. Picture walking through a meadow where the flowers talk to you. The plants talk to you. The insects that are buzzing around you speak with you through telepathy. Hear their voices. Hear their harmony. Feel their love vibration. block out the worries of your day. Commit them to the harmony. Picture the world where the sun does not move. You see the beauteous gardens of our world. You see the beauteous structures of our dwellings, all of a circular pattern, no corners whatsoever, no place for dust to rest. Hear the beauteous music that we sing. Shinakahashamahi ulatami Kinakapahasi upatasia No peace more harmony, peace and harmony, peace and harmony. Could not resist.
You know, Richard, this is such an easy place to find on the recording.
Yeah.
Zora's meditation. We could go to it easily every day if it's at the end of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? I see just one hand up, but I think we are coming close to the end of the call, and it would be so wonderful because then we would be able to locate it right away. I would love to just sit here and listen to this every day.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a winner.
I've got one hand up. I don't want to leave anyone out. Area code 541. I'm unmuting you. And let's hopefully just not lose the essence of what we all just received from Zora. Okay, you may go ahead, 541. Uh-oh, you're still muted. See if you can get through now.
Okay, I just wanted to find out if you could tell us how to learn to communicate with our animals.
Communicate with your animal kingdom?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yes, like our pets.
Ah, your pets. Beauteous creatures.
Yes.
To communicate with your animals, you must become still and be one with them. Take them out into nature, away from the hustle and bustle of your dwelling, and maybe to a forest. Set them upon your lap and go into meditation to your alpha state.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to your alpha state, then speak forth the creature's name and listen. he will communicate with you or she, and you will communicate with them as well, all through the mind.
That's beautiful.
Did this help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And we have a new hand that has just come up, and this is area code 801, ending in 9722. Yes, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Blaine. I just have a question about supposedly a brown dwarf coming our way. Some would say it's Planet X, or Nibiru is supposed to be here this fall. Do you have any information on that?
You're speaking of Lemur.
Lemur?
Lemur. It is the birthplace of the Lemurian culture.
Will it arrive this fall?
It is not Nibiru. It is not Planet X. Its proper name is Lemuria. Lemur. The Lemurians, that is their home world. It will cause what is called climatic changes, but nothing of a devastating nature. It will, it's what would be termed as the arrival of enlightenment to your world. Your governments have been in constant communications with Lemur ever since it entered your area of space. Do not fear it.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, that is wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good news. We do have another hand that has just come up, or maybe I didn't put it down. This is area code 541, ending in 0424. Did you have something
One last question. Do you have anything to tell us? Any information you want to share?
Yes, you need to do what is termed as to cease and desist from killing your brothers and your sisters in the sea. Using them for food is not wise. Because of the poisons in your atmosphere, your whales, your dolphins are very much polluted with what is termed mercury, which is harmful to the human body. By continuing to eat the mercury, you are killing your bodies. And you need to stop. Your Japan, your other fishing countries needs to watch what goes into their nets. Whales, off limits. Dolphin, off limits. Mammals of any sort, off limits. You do not want to kill your brothers and sisters in the sea.
And how do we prevent this from happening when these are people we don't even know that are actually committing this?
Indeed.
I mean, holding it within our mind's intent that this harmony, or what?
Indeed, harmony.
Okay.
By focusing harmony to these countries that are doing this, and pick a time during the week or day, whenever you choose, to send a harmonious love to them.
Okay.
They will soon realize what they are doing is destroying Mother Earth, and they will stop. For those that are determined, is the word I speak of, in slaughtering our brothers and sisters, they will be dealt with severely. They are experiencing tsunamis of what is called, in height, 30 feet. And they think that is terrible. Picture 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,300 feet is capable, is possible. They need to be told to stop. Send emails to them if you can contact them. Contact their governments.
That's what I was going
to give them the warnings I am giving you. Tell them that they must cease and desist from doing what they're doing, or Mother Nature will correct the issue. Indeed?
Yes. Yes.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we have to start taking responsibility of neutralizing these things ourselves, because we are creators of our world, and we can create a harmonious world even with people that we don't interact with on a physical plane.
Right. Indeed.
Yes, sending them the love and harmony so that it's distasteful to them to do these things.
Many of the people of Japan do not know this is going on.
I'm sure.
They are not being told.
Right.
What would be wise is to take the link to the link that Zora has given to you, and send it to the Japanese internet. And let everyone know what their governments are doing, or what their fishing villages off the coast are doing, and that they're being fed what is called dolphin meat, in lieu of stating that it is whale meat when it is not.
Right.
And the mercury that is entering their bodies through the dolphin, through the whales, will continue getting worse. And pretty soon it will be a health hazard.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Oh, we have such a lot of work to do here, but it can be fun. It can be uplifting. I have someone from area code 416. I'm going to open your line, lower your hand, and your last four numbers are 0379, and you may speak. Area code 416, going once. 416 area code. I just opened you again. You muted. Are you there? Area code 416?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, I'm Cody, and I'm from Kelowna, BC, British Columbia. And thank you for sharing with us. And I really gravitate when you talk about harmony, because that's kind of what I do. I help, I use technologies that help harmonize people that might have serious illnesses, and I intuitively connect with the machine, and it sends out harmonizing vibrations to help harmonize people, and so just wanted to share that with people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cody.
Okay, there's so many ways to help people achieve harmony, and while they're doing it to help the world and others, they're benefiting by it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Okay, here we have another hand raised, and this is area code 847, ending in 3185, and your line is open.
Yes, hello. This is Jane again from the Chicagoland area. I have a couple of questions. Sir, the first one is in regards to the mercury. Many of us already eat tuna in a can and all of that, and it does have mercury. Eating some of the fish that we have already in our lakes, that also contains mercury. And I was wondering what we can do, because if it's still in our bodies, what we can do for that. And then the next question I had is, I know we know about the Japan big catastrophe and disastrous tsunami there, and I was wondering if you could tell us what you saw might be coming next for this world, whether it's in the United States or elsewhere. Thank you.
Coming for you?
Yeah, it's going to be affecting our world like it did for Japan.
Your zippers you speak of.
Yes.
Earthquakes.
Yes.
Well, at different times throughout your world's evolution, the Earth is evolving. It is a living being, just as you are living. It is a living being as well. And you have what is termed as the life force.
Yes.
Of Mother Earth. And by destroying the environment, you are, in essence, diminishing the life force of Mother Earth. What you need to do is reverse that.
Mm-hmm.
By, you're speaking of the tuna with mercury, refrain from eating it.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we heal ourselves now with the mercury in our bodies?
There again, you have what is called HGH.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is a good way to start.
Okay. And then my next question was, do you see anything drastically that will be happening either in the United States or elsewhere that was similar or something as large or worse than Japan coming up soon, and when?
At different times, we open what's called zippers upon your Earth plane, surface world, and they release pressures in your crust, tectonic plates and such. The pressures must be released for Mother Earth to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens, then quakes occur. Now, severity is determined on what area the zippers are opened. In areas where there's much volcanic activity, there will be more devastation, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Where there is lesser volcanic action, less devastation occurs. It can be diminished by what is termed as sending thoughts of harmony to these locations.
Mm-hmm.
Watch your animals. Your animals give you a warning.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
They go and try to hide underneath beds underneath chairs, underneath you. The birds give a warning. They leave the area quite rapidly before there's a quake.
Mm-hmm.
There are signs. You just have to watch out for them.
Okay, but you don't see anything that's coming this year or next year?
The ones that must worry about what is called tsunamis are the fishing countries.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are dealing with the senseless killing of brothers and sisters, cetaceans. They're the ones that are in need to take heed.
Yes.
And the United States is would be included in that as well. Your Gulf Coast areas, your Atlantic seaboards, your Pacific Ocean coastlines, all the ones that are contributing to the slaughter of our brothers and sisters of the sea, which would include most coastal land masses. However, we are concentrating our efforts now to a little place called Taiji.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Billie mentioned that.
Indeed. That one needs to be dealt with immediately.
Mm-hmm.
We have sent them several warnings to the Japanese people, and they are directed at the fishing cities. But they have not heeded the warnings.
Yes.
So, we are going to take another measure. Reluctantly, they will be dealt with. They will be given warning by means of people like yourselves.
Right.
They will be given warnings from Mother Nature. And those that can read the warnings will take cover. Ones that do not, I need not say more.
Right.
Excuse me, Zora, can I just ask you one more question? In the United States, we also have what we call fault lines. Is that something we need to be worried about at present as well?
No scheduled zippers to open in the near future at all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Indeed.
And do you think we ought to begin?
I think everything, it looks to me, I don't think we're leaving anybody behind. Oh, Linda up in Phoenix. Just a sec, Linda. And Linda will be very concise here. Okay, go ahead, honey.
Hello, Zora. Thank you so much for visiting with us. We really appreciate your time and your willingness to communicate with us. I'm wondering about the people in Japan. Do you believe that they're open to hearing from us?
Indeed.
Indeed.
I'm
wonderful.
Quite sure you send them communications and links to that site.
What site
they would be open
that?
to it.
What site?
The Cove.
Yes.
The Cove, yeah. Okay.
That site would be an eye-opener for them.
Would you repeat that site, please?
Thecove.com.
Oh, the Cove. Okay, yes.
If it does not come forth, you might also put in the slaughter of dolphins of Taiji. That will also take you to the area you need to be.
I understand.
Okay.
wonderful. Thank you very much.
Does anybody know how to spell Tai Chi?
I assume it'd be TAI and then probably something like GHI, something like that. I think if you get close enough.
Okay.
I think it'll.
All righty. Let's see what we've got here. This is such a comprehensive call. People will be able to listen throughout the week. I know sometimes people don't have a 3-hour block of time, but they can keep coming back in, and so much we want to hear over and over again. I think we're clear, everybody.
Okay.
We're clear. Richard, I'll let you go ahead and complete the closing. And
okay. Yes,
I would like to say something more.
Yes, go right ahead.
You have what is called gas prices rising.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak of this.
Oh, good.
It's fortunate the prices for gas are soaring.
Mm-hmm.
It is the purpose to bring forth the attention and availability of energy sources that are free.
Yes, good.
You have what is called hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
You have what is called the sun, what is called the wind.
Right.
These are the ones you must pursue.
Okay.
If you have what is called wind power, good for you. If you have solar power, good for you.
Right.
You have hydrogen, good for you. That is what you must pursue. That is the energy source that you want for your lifestyle. Fossil fuels, poison.
Right. I think one of the concerns, and I don't mean to cut you off, one of the concerns people have right now is the cost of the available technologies are prohibitive for most people.
You can create your own
reality.
Your own, what is called power source.
Okay.
Inexpensively. Billie could tell you more about that.
Okay.
When he returns.
Okay.
When she returns, pardon me.
Yes.
Anyway, she'll tell you more about that.
Okay.
You inexpensively can make solar panels for energy.
Mm-hmm.
Gasoline from water.
Mm-hmm.
Hydrogen. And this is much more efficient than fossil fuels.
Yes.
And much of this technology already exists but has been suppressed.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Exactly. Yeah.
The more of you that come forth with it, the more it will not be suppressed.
Okay.
And of the 90 that are listening, I'm sure they have resources for that to create their own power sources.
Right.
Until it becomes almost peer pressure. People, it becomes a new way, and people want to join.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed, that is true.
I'm
going to give you some what is called education.
Okay.
As to people who have gardens that want to protect them.
Yeah.
You have what is called crystals. Quartz crystals. Many of you are probably using pesticides on your gardens.
No.
Do not do this.
Yeah.
Right.
Raise your gardens from the ground. Grow them from the ground, a raised garden. Because the soils that are upon the face of the earth are poisoned.
Okay.
Due to the atmosphere's poisons. You call them chemtrails and such.
Yeah.
And it comes down in the form of rain, which goes into your soil, which doesn't help.
Mm-hmm.
You have what you call the garden divas.
Right.
Or elves, if you want to call them this.
Mm-hmm.
Call upon them to come to your garden, to tend it, and they will.
Okay.
You can help them along by what is called as zoning your gardens, by putting what is called quartz crystal,
mm-hmm.
one on the north, south, east, west, and center of your gardens. This eliminates the building the structure itself.
Right.
So by doing so, you eliminate the pests of the garden.
Okay.
Potato bugs, squash bugs,
mm-hmm.
things of this nature that destroy your produce. By doing so, you will not only prevent any pests from entering your garden, but also create much flourishing gardens, larger in size.
Okay.
You have what's called strawberries.
Right.
Normal size, usually anywhere from 50-cent size to maybe a little larger.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to have some that were baseball size or softball size?
That would be outrageous.
That would be outrageous. But you can do this by creating a pyramid above your garden.
Okay. Of copper or?
No. You can do it by crystals.
Okay.
The north, south, east, west, and center, south. The four directions as well as the center.
Mm-hmm.
The insects cannot stand the energy of that field.
Okay.
And they will vacate. Spiders and such. If you have spider problems in your houses, put a pyramid above your homes, and you will no longer have that issue.
Okay.
Let's see. You have what is called your orange citrus fruit.
Right.
You could do the same with them. You can put a pole up the center of the tree with a capstone of a pyramid above the tree. Creates a protective barrier over your oranges and your lemons and as such apples, peaches, all this fruit, vegetables, whatever. All this will protect your gardens away and do away with what is called pesticides.
Right.
That will also help in the development of your gardens to be more healthful. Healthful.
Yes.
You also. Is there more? I feel there's more questions to be answered before I go.
Let me take a look, just a second.
Okay.
So, Zora's inviting you, if you have a lingering question, 5-star, raise your hand. I'm looking for any 5-star hands raised. Wilma, are you back? We missed you. And if here's a. Okay, let me lower this hand. Area code 541 ending in 0424. Okay, you're open.
The question would be to eliminate fleas because I have a cat. Would this concept of using crystals inside your home work the same way to eliminate fleas? Because I've tried everything.
You make what is called a pyramid, small, for your cat's dwelling place, resting place. Make a pyramid, put your feline in it, and your fleas will no longer be a problem.
Okay. And what about eliminating them, because he doesn't go outside, eliminating in the interior, because sometimes they bite me. So,
So that would be like, doing the top of the house again. Same as for spiders.
Another thing would be appropriate would be to cleanse your house.
How?
By sage.
Oh.
I've done that.
You have?
Yes, I have, with white sage.
Indeed. All right. You have what's called better yet, your dwelling place, is it a stick-built or mobile or what?
No, it's a stick-built.
Stick-built?
Small.
Build a shaft to the center of your property, above your home. Put a capstone upon it. Make sure the lines cover the entire structure. It will not only eliminate your fleas, but it'll eliminate any other pests as well. By creating the lines of a pyramid over your structure, as I said, the insects cannot withstand the energy of the pyramid. By putting what is called the capstone above your house, or dwelling place, and it creates imaginary lines of the pyramid, align it with true north, and see what happens.
I will try that, because these seem to be mutant ninja tough. All right. Thank you.
Indeed.
I had another question. It has to do with the chemtrails. I've understood that our star visitor brothers and sisters have been neutralizing the effects. Is that safe to assume that is happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay. And can you tell me if Omega, I use Omega wands, it's a technology, would that be useful to wave into the air outside of our houses and also help, or other?
Continue,
okay.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good idea, Richard.
Yes, I did that yesterday. That's what I was wondering.
Okay, we have a hand raised at area code 801. The last four numbers are 2894, and you are being unmuted.
Thank you. I just had a question. If somebody's losing all of their hair, I've tried so many things to help it. All my hair is falling out. Is there any suggestions you have?
I did not hear this.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either.
Oh, all of my hair is falling out, and I have tried thyroid pills. I've tried so many things to help it, and nothing is helping it.
Her hair is falling out.
Indeed. Do you take what is called HGH?
No, I haven't heard about it or tried it. Do you think that would help?
Indeed.
Oh, okay.
HGH creates what is called a rejuvenation of every cell in your system.
Wow.
Every cell in your body. It regenerates all of those. Understand what is called, the HGH is quite plentiful in what is called newborns up to the age of 15, 16. Then you have what is called a drop-off time.
Right.
They start dropping off.
Yes.
When they get to the ages of 60s to 80s, then it stops its production entirely in the human body. By reconstituting it into the body, it regenerates every cell in your body. Recreates every cell in your body, including your hair follicles.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
Now, understand this. If you have what is called gray hair, your HGH, upon usage of it, will also return your hair color back to its original color.
Wow.
Biotin also will help.
Okay.
Biotin's missing ingredient.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to, thank you. I would like to make a brief comment because this is something that was like such strong clarification for me.
Indeed.
Yes, when in our earlier call, Billie, and in this call as well, Billie told us about the transformation beginning 5 years ago, where Earth was starting to lift up into the fourth dimension, which is where we are now, on our way to the fifth. And he said we may have noticed a strange occurrence happening where we would be unstable or have a headache or dizzy or something. And I thought, how can we remember a day like that? 5 years ago. And, after the call, I remembered. I thought I was going to a chiropractor because I dislocated my shoulder. But while I was walking across the parking lot, all of a sudden, I was just getting wiped out. And I got myself over and hung on to a car until I felt stable enough to go in and get over to the office and get in. And I mentioned to the girl, I said, oh, I just got so dizzy and unstable when I was walking across the parking lot. And she says, how's your blood pressure? And I said, oh, it's just fine. It always has been. Then I commented to the doctor when he was working on my shoulder, and how's your blood pressure? Oh, it's always just perfect. Well, I went home, and what do you know? It was 169/90 or something. I thought I was going to die. I'd never seen such blood pressure in my life. And since then, it has come and gone without anything to precipitate it. And then it'll go down to a normal blood pressure. Are those times when the blood pressure spikes, are those surges of energy? Because this was in 2006. I only went to that doctor once, and I called him. I said, what was the date that I came in to see you? It was February 23rd of 2000. And Billie said this all began in January of 2006. So that's exciting.
It began in January and it subsided in what is called the month of April. In what is called the Ascension of planet Earth.
Yeah.
How interesting. Also, I can hardly eat dead food anymore. It's so I don't know what to eat. I just can't stand the idea of it, and I have to sort of force myself. So I love all of a sudden fruit salads, fruit that I normally didn't eat. I've never been a meat eater, not for 30 or 40 years. But even seafood now, it's just hard to find it. I think we're all changing involuntarily. These changes are coming into our lives that we automatically are gravitating toward different foods and everything.
Do you know that the surface dwellers,
Yes.
First I will explain about us in the interior. We can breathe, swim, and all manner of activities under the sea.
Mm-hmm.
We do not need what is called breathing apparatus. We do not need what is called air tanks, because there's oxygen in our oceans, and we can breathe it. As shocking as that may sound, you can do the same here. Not as, I would not say as health-wise, you could, because of the poisons that have been entered into your oceans, but you have what is called gills that are within your throat. They are closed now, dormant, but they're there. You have been taught that if you go and jump in the water and you do not take a breathing apparatus with you, you would drown. That is a falsity. Are you or are you not, when you are born in liquid? True?
Yes.
Yes.
And you have what is called the doctors, they spank the baby and the fluid leaves their body.
Yes.
And they breathe. However, were they not done this way, they would still breathe. Even with the liquid within their bodies. It is the fear that your so-called higher education has instituted into you, telling you that you will drown if you go underwater and try and breathe. That is not so. You can breathe underwater.
Yeah, Billie.
As long as there's sufficient oxygen in the water.
Okay. Yeah, Billie mentioned that. In fact, he told us several things about related to that.
Indeed. And we in the hollow interior of the earth, we commune back and forth to our brothers and sisters of the sea. Billie has what is called Zora has done what is called dived into what is called the ocean, and has communed with what is called the Aquarian race.
Yes.
We call them mermaids. There are such things as mermaids, and the woman in Australia can probably vouch for that one. There's a great colony off the coast of between New Zealand and Australia. There's a great colony there, and they are quite beauteous creatures. They may cause no harm to the land dwellers.
Sure.
And of course, they also are stealth to the point where they cannot be seen unless they choose to be seen. They have this capability of camouflage. Now, Australia was the southernmost coast of the continent of Lemuria, or Mu. If people were to excavate areas of the outback, as it is so termed, they would uncover a temple. And this temple is under layers and layers of sand, dirt, rock. But it is still there. And it was a worship, or not worship, but ceremonial place for the Lemurians, celebration of Mother Nature. but Australia in its entirety was part of the Lemurian continent, just as New Zealand, Easter Island, Western United States, Alaska, Aleutian Islands, Japan, Philippines, Hawaii, and back over to Australia. That was the entirety of what is called the Lemurian home motherland.
Wow.
A big continent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huge.
And the reminiscences are still there. One of the other cities was also Telos, Mount Shasta.
Yeah.
So, and there are many openings in Mount Shasta that go into the city of Telos. Upper Panther Meadow is a good portal or vortex. Going from what is called the Lower Panther Meadow, walking through the meadow up to Upper Panther into the stone area of the going toward the peak, you would find a rock face. And put your hand upon it. It will open for you. If what is called your heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
One of total harmony. The one that lives in Mount Shasta. Go to what is called the Big Boulder. If you have been up there, you might know where it is. About 10 feet on top of the 10 feet circular on the top. Good place to meditate. And upon meditating, call for a guide. And if you're, as I said, your heart and your harmonious state of mind is there, a guide will come to you and take you into Telos if you so choose to visit there. The Billie mentioned also of an expedition being planned to enter back into her world, her true home. And she also mentioned what is called donations for the trip.
Right.
This is permissible if anyone wishes to help her in her endeavor to return home.
Sure.
We could what is called take a ship and go and pick her up.
Right.
However,
that
is not in plan, as it were. As she still has what is called messages to give out.
Sure. Which is what is going on right now.
Which is going on now, indeed. As I am speaking forth from it.
Yes.
But as I said before, the cheaper way of going, they have been planning, does not require large sums of money.
Sure.
It is a drop in the bucket for most people.
Yeah.
Even with the economy as bad as it is. However, she has given out her address, I believe.
Yes, we have it.
Yes, you could have the people to donate if they wish to do so. Once her letters are finished, or her mission is finished, then she will be returning home.
Okay.
She will be free to return to the surface of her own means, which means her own ship, her own aeroship, which been told she is going to do. Now, you have what is called copper.
Yes. Yeah.
Chelated copper. Cellulated copper.
Okay.
Put a portion of this in what is called mineral water and take it. It is a brain food. It helps to the mind to become more receptive to what is called receiving messages from the Hollow Earth people. It helps to open your mind.
So it's chelated copper in water.
In mineral water?
In mineral water. Okay.
Of course, if you're at Mount Shasta, that's the best water there is.
Yeah.
Indeed. That water comes directly from Talos.
Okay.
It comes from the mountain. And it has been treated by what is called the harmonious vibration. And the people of Mount Shasta flock to what is called the streams that empty out into the park in the city, the town of Mount Shasta. That water is directly coming from Talos.
Oh, wow.
And Talos is a subterranean city, is that correct? It's not in the inner Earth?
Oh, no, it is in what is called the a mile and a half down from the peak of Mount Shasta. It is a subterranean city, yes. But it is part of the Argarthian network.
Okay.
You may have what is called the beloved woman from Mount Shasta to maybe send you some water from there. And partake of it. Once you take it, you will feel the exhilaration of it, the lightness of your body, and the harmonious feeling that you feel when you drink it.
Oh my gosh, we've got 3 hands up.
I would imagine so.
Oh, good. You know, we have been on this call for 4 hours.
Yes.
What do you think, Richard? Shall we open the questions again?
Yeah, I think we need to kind of wind down so we can get people to focus tightly on their questions. That would be helpful.
Okay, yes, if you can keep your questions concise. I think a 4-hour recording is about maximum right now. Okay, so I am opening up the line for area code 831 ending in 5177. And let's see if we can tighten it up a little bit now. Area code 831 ending in 5177. You may speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Indeed.
Okay. Hello. We're calling from Carmel, California, and I wanted to ask a little bit more detail about the chemtrails. We have a constant spraying here, and even though I do much research, I don't still understand exactly what they're spraying and why. And also our redwood trees are dying. And they're very near and dear to my heart, and I don't understand if there's a correlation or not, or what we can do to help the redwood trees.
what they are spraying is what would be termed as a deterrent. A deterrent to, I hesitate to speak of this, it is what is called a deterrent to creating life.
Ooh.
Yeah, yes.
What is called sterilization.
Yes.
Your government is on the false premise, false understanding, that the earth can only sustain a certain amount of beings. This is false.
Right.
However, they have the governments convinced that this is so. So consequently, they are doing what is called controlling the population. And the chemtrails, unfortunately, are spraying what is called a deterrent. It hinders the birthing process.
Mm-hmm.
As horrible as that sounds, it is true.
Yes.
They are wanting to limit the amount of births that are taking place for two reasons. One, because of this so-called limitation of population. And two, to eliminate the full potential of your children.
Yes, yes.
Your children have the potential to totally and completely overthrow governments.
Oh boy.
And begin to create a new government. One of peace and one of harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Your governments know this. They are trying to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they are sending sprays into your soils that are going into your gardens,
mm-hmm.
your crops,
mm-hmm.
where your food comes from. And when you partake of the food, it inevitably deters your growth.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said by raising gardens and covering them, you eliminate that issue.
Mm-hmm.
Because the gardens are not growing into the soil that has been poisoned.
Oh boy.
Understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have what is called, it is genocide thinking of your governments.
Mm-hmm.
This is not just happening here. It's happening overseas as well, in what is called Europe.
Right.
And the Asian countries.
Mm-hmm.
All countries are experiencing the same downfall in population. China is more heavily spraying in chemtrails because of their overpopulation problem.
Right.
So they are feverishly trying to create a deterrent.
How can we overcome this? They seem to have the heavy arm.
You have the ability to refuse. You tell what is called your medical facilities, do not inoculate my child.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That choice is still there. However, your governments are pushing to have what is called mandatory inoculation.
Yeah.
This must be stopped.
Mm.
And another is by going natural childbirth.
Right.
Do not go to these facilities to have your children.
Yeah.
Have them naturally. Have them in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Have them in the forests. Do not allow your medical doctors to issue you medicine for your babies, because it is all laced with that deterrent.
And do the Congress, are they aware? Because
they are not.
They are not.
And it's the babies that will have that actually are coming in with the power and capability of eliminating these criminal governments.
Indeed. Right. In your hospitals, you have what is called the nursery.
Right.
Yes.
Those children are communicating with one another telepathically.
Oh.
Interesting.
And I know that the redwood trees have very shallow roots. Are they sort of the canary in the coal mine? Are they being affected directly by...
What you need to do with the redwood is this. Have a group of you that are of one accord encircle each tree that is dying. By enclosing a complete circle around the tree, you are creating a positive field. By doing so, you send love to the tree. Talk to it as you would a child. Send it love. And watch the reverse begin.
Because of so many trees probably involved, can a group sit in the midst of the forest and send love to all the trees and invite all of them back to life?
Indeed. What say you about getting enough people to encircle the entire forest?
Yeah, that would.
Could you imagine a gathering of such?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Could you imagine?
All sending love to the entire forest?
Right.
And watch the forest reverse in its destruction.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It creates a positive field. Where there is a positive field, disease cannot exist. Because disease is just as it sounds, dis-easement.
Yes.
Discord, disbalance, not out of balance.
Yes.
What you do when you encircle the tree, or you talk to the tree, you love the tree, you are balancing the nature again. Counteracting the destructive force.
Yes.
We talk to our trees on a daily basis. We climb them. We talk to them. We love them. It is strange to see someone hugging a tree. Not so strange where we are from.
Right.
We hug them, we love them, we talk to them on a daily basis. Go out and hug a tree. What harm will it be?
It's a good feeling.
Yes.
It's a very good feeling, indeed.
Yes.
You have what is called the divas of nature. Call upon them.
Right.
To come upon you to your gardens, to your dwelling places. Have them to dwell in your gardens, in your yards, and of this nature. Watch your yards flourish. Watch your gardens flourish.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, we've learned so much. This call is just full of good information.
Yeah.
I think. Richard, there's one hand up. Shall I take it or? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
This will be our last one, and I'm opening.
To get the lady from Australia yet.
I don't know. Wilma, if you're on the line, honey, hit 5 star. Zora would love to speak with you. And we kept trying to get you on, and I knew you kept bouncing off and coming back on again. If you're here, I'm going to open the line right now to 360 area code 9406, and I'm going to watch Wilma and see if you're able to raise your hand with the 5 star. Meanwhile, area code 360-9406, you are open.
I have a quick question on the construction and size of the pyramid on top of your residence. What would you suggest? What type of material and how large?
Well, you have what is called copper.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a non-conductive surface. You can make it out of wood if you so choose. Copper is good for meditative state, also good for what is called communications. Wood is another good one. Are you familiar with the pyramids?
Yes.
You know who built them?
Only that to the point of Egyptians. That's all I have.
Actually, the Egyptians were just the host country. The pyramids were built by what is called an entity called Hermes. Hermes the construction of the pyramids took what is called 3 years, no more. The conceivement the actual building took only 2 years, 2 of your surface years. They were what is called deposited there, not brick by brick.
Mm-hmm.
They were deposited as one would take and drop a pebble in sand. So they were not built, what is termed by your Israelites.
Right.
They were not. They were built, what is called, in one place and then placed in one place by anti-gravitational devices. Did that clarify?
Yes, that's a very good. Approximately what size would you recommend?
What size is the structure of your home?
Rather large.
Large? Well, then go larger. Go above your structure on a pole. Once it is to the point where all 4 corners cover the structure or the property, then you have it big enough.
Wow.
Okay. Very good, and thank you very much. It's been an excellent program.
Indeed. Peace be to you.
Zora, speaking of the pyramids, very quickly, when you first began, you told us of placing the quartz at the 4 corners of the garden and one in the center. Did you mean laying it on the ground, or again, should these be raised?
The facets would be pointing upward.
Oh.
The points are pointing upward.
Oh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You can mount them in what would be termed as even better, a copper plate or disc, and mount them in the center of the copper disc on all 4 sides of your crystal, not crystal, but your garden. Align them to true north and place them
on the ground.
Then, on the ground, indeed. In the ground.
Oh, okay.
And you can, or you, if you so choose, you could create what is called a greenhouse pyramid in pyramid shape. You will have no spiders, no ants, no potato bugs, squash bugs, or anything of a destructive nature in your garden.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The nervous system of the creatures cannot withstand what is called the power of the pyramid.
Okay. Well, we've learned so much. My head is spinning with all the things, and we have a lot of work to do, but we don't want to look at it like work.
Yes.
It is a joy.
Yes, and to be able to contribute positively to making it a better world. I think that's why we're all here on this call today.
Indeed.
Well, I certainly, I'm just real tickled that you came through, and we all are. And
I'm going to what is called depart from you.
Yes.
And have Billie return.
Okay.
I believe she is worn out from flying on my pet creature.
Yes. Yes.
So I will relieve her of that task.
Thank you.
I bid you all farewell. Peace be unto all of you.
Thank
you.
I love you.
Yes.
We love you.
And,
yes, we do. We're glad that we have established this connection, and we're going to continue it. We've agreed to gather our questions, and I'll mail them to Billie. And when I get his answers, from time to time, I will send all these answers by way of an email newsletter. So we will all be in tandem with all this information, because this particular call is so comprehensive. It's there, it's recorded, and we'll always have it. So now it will be a matter of updating and learning as we move forward. So that's what we'll be doing, and I'm sure that some of the answers will be coming from you as well. So thank you, Zora.
Yeah, thank you, Zora, and goodbye.
Indeed. I must leave now and have Billie return.
Okay.
So peace and love be unto all of you.
Thank you.
And we will speak again.
Okay, we will.
So be it.
Yes.
Indeed.
We'll pause here for Billie to come back, make sure.
Yeah, Zora had told him to brace himself before they changed.
Holy mackerel.
Did you go for quite a ride?
Oh, my Lord.
Were you on the pterodactyl that whole time?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I was cruising over Shambhala and the other places.
Yeah.
Of course, no, not all the time. I talked it into landing at the house, home.
Yeah.
And visited with my mother and my father and
did you see your
my
sister?
mother and my sister, pardon me.
Yeah.
And my brother. But yeah, it was interesting. And I witnessed something while I was there. It was really interesting. It was like I was. There was a lot of activity going on.
Mm-hmm.
I was invited to come into the event room,
mm-hmm.
Sort of like a big computer almost,
right.
on the wall. All the world continents were displayed.
Really?
And they were picking teams.
Mm-hmm.
For the emergence.
Right.
Oh.
So it sounds like it's a lot closer.
It's a lot closer than we think.
All right.
It's definitely something going on there. I thought what I thought was really neat was that they had Mount Shasta is really going to become active, not volcanic wise, but active spiritual wise.
Oh, wow, awesome.
And also over in Europe, around the Alps.
Yes, he is.
That's going to become quite active as well.
Yeah.
I was speaking with those. I saw some. Well, that was weird. I saw the 7 astronauts.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They they were kind of dumbfounded. They didn't realize, they couldn't really. It was really hard for them to comprehend where they were.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, this has been a long time, though.
Oh, yeah, but I think they're still in disbelief, more disbelief than anything else.
Yeah.
But they're happy, all that. But it was interesting. I'll give it that.
Wow.
And of course the Amelia.
Yes.
She was cool. But she's going to be one of the ones on the emergence area.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be in Hawaii.
Huh.
The big island of Hawaii.
Right.
Is where that emergence will be taking place.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, they were picking several teams, setting them apart to different locations.
Okay.
For the emergence, I know that it was really interesting. That's all I can say right now. But it was something I'm allowed to say right now. Some I'm not. But they are definitely getting ready to come out.
Yeah. Okay.
And I believe it's going to be before 2012.
Yeah.
I think it might be later on this year.
Oh boy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And, of course, no guarantee of that.
Oh, no.
But there again, I mean, they have their timetable and all. But I saw some of those relocation cubicles.
Yes.
Those are neat.
Oh, really?
Those are neat.
Huh.
It's like the size of the cubicles are like about the size of a fairly good sized mansion. And built in a circular pattern.
Uh-huh.
And the hollowed things are really something really crazy.
The
hologram things.
Holodeck.
The holodecks things.
Yes.
Those were outrageous.
So you can create whatever you want in holodeck.
A reality. You can be on a midnight cruise or
playing basketball
or anything you want. If you want to go to sleep, you can create the moon and stars and everything else. But it's really interesting.
Oh wow!
And it's like you're actually there,
Yeah.
And in actuality, you're there, but it's really going to be interesting.
Well, without taking a lot of time, what are these relocation cubicles? You two know, but the rest of us don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Enlighten them, Richard.
Okay. Well, the way Sheldon Neidl talks about it, I like to refer to him because he has a whole thing, and a lot of people are kind of understanding about Sheldon Neidl and what they've heard from him. But anyway, the people would be relocated to the inner Earth. They'd go into a chamber of sorts, and I don't know if the chamber and cubicle are going to be the same thing or not, but basically there will be a download of information within a period of 3 days to prepare people for full consciousness, for total consciousness.
Uh-huh.
And
galactic human.
Yeah, it's a download of DNA. It's a download of information where it's not through thought. It's through somehow, I don't know, through some mechanism that is multidimensional, and then it helps us to awaken to our multidimensionality, to prepare us for our missions ahead, I guess, and that we will join. Basically, it's the joining of the Galactic Federation and with the Agarthans, who are all part of the Galactic Federation, and prepare us for our next journey.
Wow. And so these relocation cubicles will be collective homes of some sort?
Well, now the way Sheldon describes it, he talks about an actual chamber that you go into temporarily that's not claustrophobic or anything like that. It's like a chamber where you recline and you close your eyes and you allow this process just to occur. You just relax, and it takes place without any doing on your part. You're given exactly what you need to do. Each person has an entity assigned to them to prepare them, to help them understand what is getting ready to happen next, so that there will be no anxiety, no worries, frustration, or and then after you come out from this, like a 3-day or whatever process, then you'll be fully emerged, kind of like a butterfly coming out from a cocoon.
Yeah. Very, very impressive.
Oh yeah, very, very much.
Right.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I'm beginning to run out of time here. We've lost probably over half of our listeners.
Yeah.
They've all had to drop off.
Yeah, people are getting hungry.
Oh, yeah, I haven't had breakfast myself.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, it's 12:56, already 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's lunchtime already.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway,
I'm on
Billie,
Pacific time.
Yeah, I want to thank you. When I first talked to you, I didn't even say this in the beginning. I should have made some mention, but I just intuitively resonated with everything that you said and with your core being, and I felt very connected with you, and I think a lot of the people on the line probably feel quite similarly, but I deeply love everything you have to say, and of your taking time, and we're very pleased to certainly have your father come in. That was a real treat.
Oh yeah, like I said, he can get comical at times.
Yes.
You got a real good sense of humor.
Yes, definitely. So anyway, we need to say goodbye, and just want to reiterate how thankful we are that you hung in there, and that's a long time. So anyway, anything else in particular, Ann, that you can think of? Or
I've got Billie's address, and I've given out my email a couple of times. So as the questions come in and I get them compiled, I'll just be filling my part in sending them on to Billie and gathering his answers for intermittent newsletters. So I'm very, very...
See if we can find out what that lady in Australia wanted to say.
Poor Wilma. She's such a sweetheart. She's on our other calls. Wilma, if you're still on, I think she's probably gone to bed. I think it might be nighttime down there now.
Is it?
When she gets on our 1 o'clock, here it is. When she gets on our 1:30 call, Richard, it is 7 in the morning for her.
Oh, okay.
So when we were starting at 8, it was the middle of the night for her. She probably just plumb fell asleep. Bless her heart.
I went out of bed. No
Okay,
so we go ahead and close out the call.
Well, Billie, I'll be in communication with you, and this is part of my mission. I feel sure. I've been wondering how I would fit and what I could do to contribute, and I just got my answer, didn't I?
Yeah, and thank you, Ann. I really appreciate your stepping in here because you've helped out immensely. So.
Well, everybody plays their part. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording. We'll be closing this call. Okay, I'm going to do that now.